Sorry, I was just jamming along to the intro. Hello, hello, hello. And this is the monthly live stream a smidge later than it was meant to be. It was meant to be last week. But then I was doing the scrying videos, and honestly, life was kind of chaos. So we're doing it this week, so apologies for it being a little bit late. I hope everyone had a really good Ostara celebrations if you did. And yeah, today we're doing another Q&A. So we're going to be doing kind of a blended mix here. Primarily, I'm going to be focusing on the chat that is live as we are speaking. But I will throw in some questions that I have written down and some that are online from other places as well, so that people who can't be here for the actual live stream can still have some of their questions answered. So, as always, I typically do these streams chronologically, so feel free to put your questions in the chat, whether they be things you want to know about me, whether they be witchcraft, paganism, spell related. I will try to answer as many of them as I can. I will try to kind of group them together into categories where possible, but do have some patience, please, because there's usually a lot of questions and it takes me a long time to get through them. So, I wanted to get that out of the way really quick just so I could say hi, hello, how is everyone doing? Let's see where everyone is from. We've got Indiana, Florida, Michigan, Louisiana, Greece, Gloucestershire, Missouri, New Orleans. Also we've got Carolina, Ireland, Minnesota, Massachusetts, Ohio, Texas. Wow, so many people. Sweden, Canada. Have we got anyone further up? Let's have a look. Have a look-see. Yorkshire. So many people. Georgia, West Virginia. Tonight is mostly America is what I'm noticing so far. Pittsburgh, Lisbon, Florida, Wales. Oh, I don't know if it's raining anywhere else right now, but it feels like a very cozy, rainy kind of evening, and that always reminds me of being in Wales. It doesn't always rain in Wales. People think it is, but no, it's just, it has a vibe about it, and I really want to experience that right now. Let's have a look. So, I was driving in and out of rain all the way home. Yeah, I went for a walk. Stupidly, I decided to go for a walk, and the minute I left my house, it just tipped it down, and then it started hailing. It's March. Why is it hailing? So it seemed there's a big storm happening here, so it doesn't surprise me. But I was kind of hoping to be able to catch the 20 minutes where it wasn't chucking it down so that I could go for a walk. Alas, I did not succeed. It just rained the entire way round. So I'm going to go up to the top where I can, and let's have a look at some questions. Let's see, where are we? So if for anyone who is kind of new here, I might direct you to a video that I've already done on the subject, because sometimes that's a lot quicker than trying to explain the entire content of a video, and sometimes I genuinely just don't know the answer, and if I don't, I'll try to direct you to someone else, because I am not the font of all knowledge. I wish I did. I unfortunately don't know everything, so I'll try to direct you to a book or to a video or to some other resource if I personally can't answer a question. Where am I? This is boding well, isn't it? I've not even started yet and I'm already completely lost. So here we go. How do you dispose of a candle spell that is already manifested? The wax is currently within foil in my pot. So this one is very, very much going to depend on your particular tradition, what you feel comfortable with, and also how that working has been done. Because depending on how it's been worked and the way it's been carried out is going to change how you want to dispose of it. So if you have used the candle simply for a candle, it is just a representation of the fire element, it is a focal point in your working, then you don't really need to do anything specific with it besides just get rid of it, because all you've used it for is for representational work. So this could be to represent the fire element. This could be to represent passion, power, drive. This could be to represent something that you want to specifically manifest. whether that is heat, whether that is sudden change, you don't need to worry particularly much about it. But if you've charged it with energy for it to then burn down, you can go about it a few ways. If it's something that you want to continue to manifest, then you can add it into a different item. So you can add it into a bag or a pouch. You can add it into kind of an extra working. You can carry it with you if you want to do that. Or you can dispose of it on your property. So you want that energy to be kept around. So a lot of people, if it is plant-based wax, or if it's natural wax, so either soy or beeswax, may want to bury it in a pot on their land to be able to kind of continue to circle that energy around. If you don't want to do that, if you do candle magic all the time, like I do, I go through so many candles, I couldn't be doing that. So if you're worried there's any excess energy left over, give it a bit of a cleanse and then just dispose of it where you can, whether that is your bin in your home, whether that is your bin away from your home. This working in particular is not for something that you would say need to dispose of outside of your space. It's not that kind of a working. So I wouldn't worry too much about having to take it outside and away. Wow, I just forgot how to speak for a minute. Outside and away. So if you just give it a cleanse and then put it in a bin or dispose of it appropriately, that's a perfectly fine way of doing it. Not everyone feels the need to cleanse it. I typically would if I'm just going to be disposing of it and there might still be energy attached to it. So honestly, I should probably do a full video on this. You would think I would have by now. I actually maybe did years and years ago and I just ended up privating it for whatever reason. So I don't know, we'll see. I might end up having to do an entire video though, because there's so many different little nuances that I can understand why it can be kind of confusing. Oh, that's another thing, because someone's mentioned it here. Lovely to meet you at Elsica. Yeah, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who came to see me at Elsica. I think I had 10 people come up to me and everyone was so nice. I apologize if I'm ridiculously awkward in person. When I'm talking to you right now, I'm talking to a camera on a stand. It doesn't feel real. Human interaction, I am not good at. So when people come up to me at events, I'm like, I'm sorry. Human interaction, I'm bad at it. But thank you so much for everyone who said hi and who supported me while I was there. It really means a lot to me. Okay, but the question that was attached to this one is about making witches' bottles for protection and where to keep it in the house, as I don't want to bury it. So when we're making witches' bottles, for anyone who isn't already aware, we're essentially creating a scapegoat. It is an energetic duplicate of ourselves that is used in protection magic, so that anything that is aimed at us essentially is directed into the witch's bottle instead of being directed at you. It's super useful. People will typically have them lasting for either a year or when they break, and that is why a lot of the time people bury them, because traditional witch bottles, there is a distinction here between traditional and modern witch bottles. Traditional witch bottles contain urine, which, as I'm sure you would know, is not something that you want to break inside your house. So ideally, if you're going to be using a traditional witch's bottle like this, make sure that you put it in a sealed container, whether that is a takeaway box that you still have. In the UK, you get them in plastic takeaway boxes, or just some kind of storage box that means if it breaks, you're not going to end up with all of that everywhere. In regards of where to put it in the house, it's going to depend on almost where the central space in your home is, and that's not always the same for everyone. So you might want to place it on or around the hearth, which would traditionally have been the central location. You might want to keep it in the central room that you spend the most time in, hidden away somewhere. Or if you're finding that maybe you want additional protection at night as a real focus point, you might want to place it under your bed. This is also easier to stop prying eyes and meddling little fingers from getting into it, depending on what the contents of that witch's bottle is. Essentially, we just want to make sure that if it's kept in the home, if it breaks, it's not going to damage anything. So just make sure you check in on it regularly and make sure it's in a container where it's not going to make a disgusting smelly mess, because they might. Witch bottles, a lot of people will have heard of it in relation to crystals and especially evil eye bracelets. If they break, it means that something has been deflected. And the same applies to witch bottles, except that if an evil eye bracelet breaks, it's annoying. If a witch bottle breaks, it is messy and smelly, and if you've forgotten that it exists, then you are gonna have a nightmare when you find it in approximately 6 months. So yeah, great question. I'll be honest, I love anything like witch bottles are like my jam. I could just talk about it all day. Right. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, ba-dum. It's already going, the random music is. So, whenever I try to lucid dream, I find it easy to become aware that I'm dreaming, but trying to influence my dreams always leads to sleep paralysis. What would be a good way to get around this? So, I suppose the question is, do you get sleep paralysis anyway? Because you are obviously more likely to notice and recognize it and remember it if you are already likely to experience it. So it may well be here that it isn't the lucid dreaming that is making the sleep paralysis occur. It might be that the lucid dreaming and the recalling of dreams is showing you that the sleep paralysis exists. Because a lot of people will have sleep paralysis, maybe remember it a few times in their life and don't remember it the rest of the time, and they maybe wouldn't even realize it's a regular occurrence because they aren't recognizing it, they aren't remembering it when they wake up in the morning. So that is one option as to what could be going on here. The other kind of option is that you're almost waking yourself up from the dream, because sleep paralysis, as far as I'm aware in everything that I've read, is when your mind is awake and your body is still asleep. And so you have this strange interim where even though your eyes are open, you still kind of have that leftover vestiges of dream that is overlaying onto the physical world. And so you might see sleep paralysis demons, you might see figures, you might be having conversations with people who aren't there, but they are inside your dreams. And so it might be that it's kind of triggering you to wake up and you're kind of half in, half out of it. It's kind of tricky to know how to resolve it because it entirely depends on whether sleep paralysis is something you're already prone to. I know that from what I've seen, sleep paralysis is more prevalent if you are sleeping on your back than if you are sleeping on your sides. I am obviously not a sleep expert in any way, but from even my own personal experiences, I find that sleep paralysis is way worse and way more common if you sleep on your back. So maybe try changing sides and then figuring out really whether your sleep paralysis is caused by the lucid dreaming or if it is simply the remembrance of dreams that is making it worse. I have eaten a hair and I can't find it. Oh, that's so annoying. Right. Where was I? I got it. Ha. It's the worst thing about having long hair is that you end up eating it and it goes everywhere and you find it everywhere. It's like having a pet. Okay, where was I? Oh, tomorrow is your birthday. Happy birthday in advance, Sarah. That's so cool. I want to start Ancestor work, but I'm unsure where to start since they didn't agree with witchcraft. So with this, you kind of have two ways of looking at it, because Ancestor work doesn't have to involve witchcraft. So you can work with your ancestors without having any relation at all to your magical practice. And this is seen kind of throughout the world. There are so many different cultures and traditions that venerate ancestors without it being kind of tied into spiritual practice. So you can honor them as you would go to someone's grave or go to a site that they found particularly beautiful, or similar to how people have benches with kind of commemoration plaques on them. You can use ancestor work in that kind of a way where it is more to connect with the people who've passed, to remember the good times, even remember the bad times, to kind of leave offerings and spend a peaceful moment. This is a really common kind of form of ancestor work that is seen kind of all across the world in varying forms. So one way would be to separate it from your witchcraft. If you wanted to do that, that's definitely an option. The other way of going about it is to work with either set ancestors or to work with generalized ancestor energy and then see if anyone wants to come forwards. So you can work with, say, for instance, the unknown dead. So I have done a whole video on ancestor altars. If that is something you want to check out, that could be useful to kind of figure out the kind of people that you want to work with. But you have the known and the unknown dead. So the known would be, say, parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, grandparents, great-grandparents. These are the people that you know. Or even if you didn't know them yourself, you know of them. You know their name, you know a little bit of their history, you maybe have items that belong to them. They are the known dead. You also have the unknown dead. These would be the people that you know came before you. That's how you are here. But maybe you don't actually know who they are. You don't know what they looked like. You don't know what their names were. You have no idea where or when they lived. But you know that they exist. So you can kind of choose which way you want to go with this, but if you know that your known ancestors have got no interest in witchcraft, it might be best to discount them temporarily and instead focus on the unknown dead. So by doing this, you might want to set up an ancestor altar that involves very generalized items. So it might be a tag lock that represents you, for instance, so a piece of hair. If you are working with blood ancestors, you don't have to. You can, if you are adopted, for instance, you can work with ancestors of the people that became your family. You know, there's so many different ways of doing it, but you can use a piece of your hair, for instance, or nail clippings. You can also use, what's really commonly used is a human skull. Now, it doesn't have to be like an actual human skull, that's kind of a little intense, but you can use like a skull candle, or you can use like a Halloween decoration that's the shape of a human skull, or some kind of representation that shows them. And that is a space that you open up and you leave offerings to, and you reach out to those that came before you, even those that you don't know. And when you start leaving offerings, you might find that when you do readings, when you do meditations, you can reach out to them to ask if they can aid and come through in dreams, that certain characters, certain people might come through to you more than any other. And then these people, you might want to ask if they will participate in workings with you. So then you can add their energy into your spellwork and ritual as well. You can do tarot readings, oracle readings, where they can come forwards and give you additional insight and inspiration for kind of the question that you want answers to. So that's the other way of doing it. And as mentioned here by Satori, I hope I said that right, is that the unknown dead can be very, very far in the past, like very, very. But when we're talking about witchcraft practices, these have been kind of ingrained in religion for a very long time. It's only really in the last kind of 100, 150 years that we see a real push away of witchcraft and superstition. And so you often find that the unknown dead, especially those that were very long in the past, or even several hundred years in the past, are much more accepting of the traditions that fall within witchcraft than, say, someone who was extremely Christian 10, 20 years ago. Because when we even just look at folk magic, we can see that it's deeply ingrained in Christianity and the modern religion of the time. And so just going back, 4, 5 generations, you'll often find ancestors that are more likely to want to connect than perhaps someone who very, very strongly opposed it just a few generations before. So yeah, ancestors are one of those really, it's a great topic, but it's vast, and it also very much depends on where you are, who you are, your background, your culture, your tradition. All of these things are deeply ingrained in how you're going to go about it. And thank you so much to Shadowlands Radio. Thank you so much. Any suggestions for simple inclusions of astrological signs and other constellations in magic? So, this could be an entire video in itself, because there's so many different ways of drawing on it and working with it. So I'm just gonna have to pull a few ideas out of my head straight away. So if we are doing workings with other people, so we're doing workings for other people, we're doing readings for other people, we're doing workings for ourselves. If we know astrological information, so if we have their natal chart, even if we just know their sun sign or their zodiac sign, as people often generally refer to it as, we can include that in the working, and it can act as a tag lock or as a focus point for that particular person. So this kind of takes it a step beyond just having date of birth, for instance. We are working very closely with their astrological timings, which can make it so much more specific. So for instance, I am a Cancer sun, and so if I wanted to do a working that really focused on myself, and I struggle to focus workings on myself, then you can work with that in a working, for instance. So if you are a Gemini, for instance, and you struggle to do workings for yourself, but you are fine working for other people, it can act as a way of circling that energy back to you again by acting as a tag lock. So this could be using the colours of a particular astrological sign. This could be using particular hours, days, months, astrological seasons that relate specifically to the sign of you or the person you're working on, so that you can more strongly amplify that working. So that's one kind of really simple way of doing it, is just to kind of add it in as an additional tag lock. You can also work large spells and rituals during particular astrological signs, if that's what you wanted to do. A lot of people will use specific workings on, say, the Cancer full moon or the Pisces new moon. That energy is really, really specific, and you can use the entire astrological season, if you wanted to work on specific aspects of your craft or what it is that you want to manifest. So if you say you really want to bring emotions to the forefront, you want to work with your emotions a little bit more, have them as a focus point, then you might want to be doing this kind of working during Cancer season, because it's very much that heart on sleeve energy, very forward about their emotions, their feelings. They're not really afraid to hide it. If you want that in your life, then you can work with it in that Cancer season, do workings towards it so that you can magnify that energy and back into your life again. So that's another one. If we're looking at constellations, then we're looking more at cosmic bodies. So these are collections of cosmic bodies that we can draw the energy from. So this would fit more into planetary magic or just cosmic witchcraft in general. And so that's all about the energy that you can draw from particular cosmic bodies into your working. So similar as to how you would do it if you were grounding or drawing on energy from a tree or a plant or a stone, you would do the same thing with cosmic bodies as well. Particularly useful if you are really interested in astrology and also astronomy as well, so that you can figure out the mythology, the stories, the legends behind different constellations, and then draw on them during their particular seasons where they're visible, so that you can add it into your magic and your spells and rituals. So, I mean, that's just basics as to what I can just grab out of my brain right now. If anyone wants more on kind of astrological magic, feel free to let me know, and I can add it to the list of things I want to film. I've been so far behind, and I am determined to figure out the YouTube algorithm again, because it's changed. It's changed. I'm confused. So I've got an entire list. So if you have any video ideas, feel free to let me know, and they will go on the list, and I will try to work my way through them. Okay, I'm gonna go back up to where I was now, because I kind of fell off the bandwagon there. Where am I? Let's have a look. Okay, I know I answered that one. I love these kind of questions. Which do you prefer, apple juice or orange juice? I love just really niche, specific, random questions. I prefer apple juice simply because orange juice is too much of a risk, right? Because if someone says, do you want some apple juice? I know what that's going to be, right? But if someone says to me, do you want some orange juice? I'm like, is it with bits or without bits? Because if it's with bits, I'm not drinking it. There was that thing going around. I'm so far behind because I'm on Instagram and not TikTok, of like someone who was putting their orange juice with bits through a sieve because their partner would not drink it. I am that person. I would actually do that. So I'm gonna say apple over orange juice because I know what I'm getting into. When there are shadow people, are there also light people? I think I see them sometimes. So you will likely, how do I best describe this? So shadow people is kind of like a category of spirits. A lot of people will also see light anomalies, and they will also see light figures. Now, I've never known them to be referred to as like light figures, and I think it also has the connotation that shadow people are negative and light bearers, light bringers are positive. But if we're looking into kind of mythology and legends, the fair folk, especially like specific collections of fair folk members, are perceived as being shining light. They come to you as kind of glowing figures, similar to how people would refer to angels, for instance, which is something that we see later, similar to how people refer to aliens sometimes. We see these kind of repeating patterns again and again and again. And then depending on how you perceive spirits, a lot of people will also see light. So while I might not see anything, but I might hear them talking, or I might smell perfume, or I might get messages through, someone who is next to me, who is particularly good at seeing spirits, might see an entire like physical form, whereas someone else might just see a body of light. So these are all things to take into consideration. Shadow people don't have a physical form. So their form is shadow. They appear that way to, as far as I'm aware, pretty much everyone I've spoken to who has seen the same things I have seen, or has seen a shadow person while I'm in their presence, has seen the same thing I have. Whereas for like figures of light, I think it's maybe more likely how it's presenting to you and how they're being perceived. So they definitely exist. People definitely see these light anomalies. These might be orbs. These might be kind of full body apparitions, but they're just glowing with light. And it could be how it's presenting to you. You could be looking at a particular kind of fae, or it could be another spirit that's showing themselves in that way. So I do think it's a really interesting topic. Let me know if anyone has seen kind of like the opposite of a shadow person. I would love to know if that's something that you've experienced, just to kind of add additional intrigue, and it's going to make me want to dive down a rabbit hole. I just know it. It's called bits in okay, this is in relation to the apple and orange juice thing. I've noticed that there are certain words that are completely different in the UK versus America. So our orange juice says like fresh orange juice with bits, fresh orange juice without bits. But in America they say pulp. It's same thing. Same thing, we just say a different word for it. You filter it through your teeth. Like you really are like a whale. I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry. I am not filtering it through my teeth. I'm not doing that. Read the books I lent you and you'd know who said that. I'm getting there, Phil. Phil lent me the entirety of the Brain Blank Screaming Staircase. I did an entire video on this. Why have I forgotten the name of the series? Phil, help me, please. I don't know what this is. Lockwood & Co. Oh my god, my brain just went completely blank. He lent me the entirety of the Lockwood & Co. series. But of course, my to be read list is absolutely massive. And so I've not even started. I'm so far behind. I need to. So I will figure out who said that eventually. It might be in 2 to 3 months, but I will get there eventually. Oh, do you have any thoughts on Old World Witchcraft by Raven Gramassi? I bought it from you this last weekend, but I was too scared to ask. Oh, if anyone comes to see me at an event, trust me when I say that we are both absolutely terrified, because that's how this works. I really, really enjoyed it. All the books that I have on the stall, for anyone who doesn't know, I have a witchcraft shop and I travel around and sell at events. The books I have on the stall are all books that I have read and I have absolutely loved. And Raven Gramassi's work is very much one where some people love it, some people hate it. And I am just here being like, I really, really like this one and I really, really like this one. I could leave this one and this one, but I don't think they're terrible. But my favourite ones are Old World Witchcraft and The Witch's Familiar. Those two are my absolute favourite. And they're the kind of books where I would go back to time and time and time again. For anyone who wants to know kind of what the book is about, let's see if I can get the information up on it. So here we go. So In Old World Witchcraft, noted author Raven Gramassi covers totally new territory from his work and from the world of popular books published in the last few decades. Bearing in mind here, this book was published in 2011, so it's kind of different now, but at the time it was different. This book is actually about an enchanted worldview, one that has not necessarily been inherited from the beliefs and practices of any particular religion, and one which is available to us today. The Old World, in the title, is actually about the magical view of the plant kingdom and the spirits attached to it. While Gramassi's previous books discuss the cultural expressions of the cultural expressions and commonality of witchcraft beliefs and practices in general, this book penetrates deeper. Did they really have to use those words? They couldn't have picked any other words. Old World Witchcraft reveals rarely discussed topics such as the concept of the shadow as an organic memory of the earth. Readers will learn rooted techniques that possess power because these ways have always been connected to it. They will learn methods of interfacing with the ancestral current and with the organic memory of the earth. Though these they can connect through, I can't read tonight, through these they can connect with the timeless arts and learnt methods of empowerment directly from the ancient source. Totally new information about familiar tools is presented. For example, the mortar and pestle is a tool for spellcasting, a device that creates interfacing with plant spirits and with shadow, and a focal point for veneration of the plant kingdom. Gramassi also presents the art of using plant ashes for magical sigil work. This book is for people who have to fill their books, who have had their fill of books that say the same thing over and over again. Oh my goodness, why did I struggle so much with that? Essentially, it covers a lot of ways of working deeper with the plant kingdom. And as far as I can remember, because my memory is not great, there is also a section on using plant allies as familiars, which I found particularly interesting. So I really enjoyed it. It's one of those books where I got into it and then I kind of fell down a rabbit hole. So I really hope anyone who has the book, whether you've got it from me or whether you have purchased it separately and you haven't read it yet, I really hope that you enjoy it as much as I did, because it's one of those where I was like, damn, I'm inspired now. Now I want to go down the plant magic rabbit hole, which for me is the best outcome for a book. Why am I struggling so much to speak today? There are some books that I will read and I'm like, wow, that was good. We'll never think about it ever again. And then there are some books where I'll read it and I'll go, oh, now I need to write all of this down and I need to do like 2 weeks worth of research and I need to look at the bibliography and find more books on the subject. And this was one of those books. So yeah, this is why, by the way, anytime I do book videos, there are so many cuts when I'm like reading the blurb or the information on the book. And it's because I just can't read. I normally, if it makes anybody feel any better, I usually use these, which are green glasses, because all the words move. And I decided today I just wasn't going to do that. And when I'm filming, I don't, so I just basically can't read. I mean, familiars are spirits. So, like, plant familiars, good luck taking your familiar with you on a walk. Familiars, at their core, at their kind of oldest level, they are spirits. They are spirits that can traverse the astral and spiritual planes and aid us with our spells, rituals, divination, gain information from us, and give information to us, and work with us that way. The whole idea of, like, animal familiars kind of comes from especially misunderstandings from the witch trial period, which is why we see, like, toads, rats, cats, black birds especially being deeply associated with the familiar within witchcraft, is because they were really commonplace in the area, especially during the witch trial period. It was really common for people to have cats in their home to get rid of rats. Toads are really commonplace depending on where you lived in the British Isles, all these kind of things. So plant allies have been familiars for a very, very long time. We have documented records of people using the mandrake root as a plant familiar, and it was passed down through families to be able to aid the practitioners that were working at that particular time. So it's really not too far out of the ordinary for people to use plant allies and plant spirits as familiars, and for a lot of practitioners, they are more actively useful than an animal companion would be in the form of a cat, because they are able to do additional work that a physical animal can't do. They're just two different ways of looking at familiars, and it really depends on how you were taught and the kind of practice that you follow yourself, because a lot of people much prefer having an animal familiar. It's something tangible that they can touch, that they can interact with, but they aren't able to do all of the work and the jobs that other types of familiar are able to do. So it's kind of a way of broadening horizons as well. You can work with both at the same time if you want, and familiars don't have to be perpetual. They can come and go, and sometimes a familiar will straight up just leave, and I mean more like a spirit familiar will just decide that they don't want to work with you anymore. That kind of connection is gone, and then you can move on to working with a different familiar if that's something you want to do. So, oh god, that's blooming bright that screen was. Let's see, where was I? Can you do spell work when you're sick? Other than stirring intention into your tea, I have a cold right now and I'm bored as heck at home. As long as you are able to focus your energy effectively, then yeah, I mean, as long as you have the specific words, as long as you have the specific requirements to do that working. Like, I'd say that if you are only doing a working for working's sake, then you might find that being ill is gonna more heavily impact the outcome of that. But if you have the emotion and the requirement behind that working, as long as you are able to effectively focus on what you're doing, then you can still do it. Of course, if you are attempting to do, say for instance, a chant, you're wanting to be doing like a trance type chant working and you can't stop coughing, that is going to make it a little bit harder to do, but it is still something that you can do as long as you feel comfortable doing it. Is that the same pair of glasses you've had the whole time that I've known you? No, I actually found my original pair of green glasses in a box at my parents' house, and they are tiny. They're like kid-size glasses, and I wore them in college. And these are my new pair, which are not actually dyslexia glasses. They're like, I don't know what they are, like effects glasses, but they serve the same purpose. So if you out there are like me and you find that the words on the page move, could be worth trying, tangent, I know, trying different coloured sheets over the paper and seeing if it helps, because when I had my dyslexia test done, like, I don't even know how long ago it was now, like 20 years or something, they told me that green glasses, like, they did it all, and green glasses stopped the words from moving. Just a tip for anyone who might be struggling with words moving with dyslexia: you can buy these off Amazon or other places, and they work for me, so they might work for you as well. Okay, tangent over. Let's have a look. Where am I? I took your advice and just finished A Cornish Book of Ways. I'm in love with Gemma Gary's work now. Oh, I'm so glad. I started reading it thinking, oh, I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about this. You know, I might not like it that much. By the end of it, I was so invested, and now I'm just collecting every book that is written. I even have duplicates of books, and so I have like original copies, and then I have like new edition copies, just because I love the work so much. And there are definitely some authors out there that I will do that with, and Gemma Gary is definitely one of them. What have we got here? Can you do a sort of in-depth explanation of what a lunar or a moon witch is? I'm just going to check that I haven't already do this. I haven't already done this. Because I think I might have. I just did the stupidest thing ever. I just went into my YouTube and typed in the word witch. And I realized that's going to bring up every single video I have ever made. No, maybe I haven't. I was sure I did a video on that subject. So when it comes to... I did. No, I didn't. Sorry, I misread a title. I haven't done that yet. So when it comes to types of witches, I do think it's really important to kind of preface this by saying that they are simply titles that allow us to share our practice with someone else. They are not boxes that we need to fit into. They are not things that we need to know in advance. They are a way of describing and simplifying our practice for the benefit of other people. So I refer to myself as a hearth witch, primarily because my deities are all associated with the hearth, and my practice is very firmly centered around the hearth and home. Therefore, when I discuss my practice to other people, Hearth Witch is the one that makes the most sense for me to describe my practice as. However, that doesn't mean that the entirety of my practice can be tied up in a neat little bow and nothing falls outside of that. It's just that it is more simplistic to describe it as such. So when we're talking about someone being a lunar witch or a moon witch, we are essentially saying that their practice is, for the most part, centered around working with the moon or lunar energy. Now, this could be that they work with lunar deities, so these are gods, goddesses, perhaps even spirits that are deeply connected to the moon and its energy. It might be that their practice focuses around the lunar phases. So perhaps all of their work, or the majority of their work, is done in attunement to the full moon, the waxing, waning new moon. They might work with specific aspects of the moon. So for instance, blood moons or blue moons. These things might be really significant in their practice. And so when they are describing it to someone else, it makes the most sense for them to be describing themselves as a lunar witch or a moon witch. So these are people whose practice is very much centered around the moon in maybe their style of practice or their deities, but they are able and can very easily switch into doing other forms of practice alongside it. So they are a way of describing our practice rather than a way of confining ourselves within it. I hope that makes sense. Do you think that love spells are appropriate to do on people you aren't in relationships with? So this is very much a personal topic. So a lot of people, I am not going to be one of them, will straight up tell you that this is right and this is wrong. The reality is, though, it's way more complicated than that. It depends on background, culture, tradition. It depends on circumstances. It depends on the things that have happened in the past. And so there's no right, wrong, yes, no kind of answer. Morality and ethics are very much a sliding scale. Where you fall on that is very individual. So for me, I find it depends on circumstances. So love spells don't have to be just one thing. So this is the thing. Don't go telling people what to do. It's all about personal choice. If you want to stick with whatever your choice is, you are welcome to do that. Forcing opinions on other people, however, becomes kind of a problem. And this is why I think it's all really important that we deeply think about everything we are doing in witchcraft to figure out whether or not it aligns with us, whether we feel comfortable with it, whether we feel like we should, whether it fits in with the greater experiences that we've had in our lives. And also remember that love spells are not just one thing. So love spells can be self-love workings, they can be friendship workings, they can be platonic relationships, they can be familial love, they can also be the amplification of love within a relationship, they can also be the attraction of people, and the one that so many people focus on is dominating love spells. But it is important, I know there's a lot of importance in here, to remember that some traditions and some cultural traditions very heavily focus on these kind of workings. And so I don't think as an individual I can say that all of these people that do these workings as part of their culture and their tradition are bad people or that they're wrong, because it's not as simple as that. So I would say it's a very personal thing. I wouldn't force anyone to do anything that they wouldn't otherwise do. That's not something that I personally would do in my practice, but that's just an individual choice. But there are many workings that you can do that might show someone the positives of something, that might allow them to kind of expand their horizons a little bit, that might open their eyes to something that they might be blind to or that they might be closed off to. There are lots of ways of working love spells on an individual that don't require domination. And I'll be honest, I think it's really it's a social media issue that we've had, where short form content has been this kind of working good, this kind of working bad, and there's no nuance in that. Every working that we do has the ability to impact someone else's ability to choose. And so we need to be taking a step back before all of our workings and really thinking, like, is this something that I I'm happy to do? Am I aware of all of the knock-on impacts and implications that this might have? And then at the end of the day, coming to terms with whether or not you feel comfortable with that. And I don't personally think that anyone has the right to say, you know, good, bad, yes, no, evil, you know, because these terms get thrown around all the time and it's way more difficult. So whether they're appropriate or not really depends on circumstances. And I know that was a really long way of going around it, but there is no kind of yes, no with this. It's way more complex. So, so lately my oracle readings seem really accurate, but where are the answers coming from? The cards, the universe, guardian angels? Who are you calling on? Is the main question. Because divination as a whole is mostly focused on the subconscious. So the way we read cards is also very much based on the subconscious as well. So I have this deck here. This is just the one I keep by my desk. This isn't the one that I would typically read off regularly. But if I were to say let's just shuffle it through and see if anything comes out while I'm talking about it. So when we are doing readings, if we aren't directly asking anyone or anything around us, then usually the answers are going to be coming from the subconscious mind. And so even when we pick a card, I'm really hoping one is going to come out at some point because my technique for reading is not quick. Let's see if any comes out. Even when we are looking at the cards, what we're going to be focusing on, let's go with this one because not a single one has come out today. So say this card, for instance, this is the Weaver's card. So this one focuses on fate, manifestation, and decisions. So as we're looking at this card, you might find that things are coming out to you that perhaps are different than what the card is primarily focusing on. So straight away for me, what is coming out is this blue. This blue color is what's really kind of drawing me forwards. And this is my subconscious mind being like, this is what we need to be focusing on. This is the bit that we want you to look at. And so you might miss the spider entirely out of this. You might just skip that and you might see this instead. So if, for instance, in your experiences in your life right now, you're feeling kind of trapped and kind of stuck, if you were to pull this card, your subconscious mind might be focusing more on this than on the spider. So it might be about this kind of containment that you're experiencing, the melancholy that is surrounding it with that color blue. You know, this might be something that your subconscious mind is really drawing on. And that's why reading cards is really beautiful, especially the ones that have great imagery, because what we are focusing in on is our subconscious mind saying, this is something we need you to look at. You are not getting this information in any other way. Here, we're going to show it to you in a card. So another example would be, let's go through this. See if I can find one that is particularly drawing me in that we can use as an example. So let's go with this one, for instance. So I have never been able to pronounce this correctly. Blodeued, I believe, but I might be getting that wrong. So if this card were to come out, perhaps it might be that I'm actually drawn to the plants at the top here. And I might want to do some research on the symbolism of all of these plants because that might be playing a really significant part. And that is your psychic and your subconscious mind. So that is when you're getting kind of messages coming through just from the cards themselves. Now, you can call upon ancestors and spirits, and many people have guides for their card readings. And so when I'm doing my workings, I have a guide constantly, usually standing about here. And cards will kind of come flying out and I will be told what the card is in relation to. I will be told how many cards are going to come out. If I'm hoping to get an extra card, I will be told, actually, that's not going to happen. You need to be focusing on this card. Don't focus on any others. And I'll be getting additional information from guides that are coming through that way. Now, you don't have to use guides in this way, but if you are kind of shuffling and you are wanting to call upon spirits, ancestors, guardians, guardian angels, whatever it is that you're working with, you can ask them to let you know when to stop. And so when you're shuffling those cards, you might find that you feel something touching your hand. You might literally just stop dead, like you just stall as you are shuffling, and that might be your guides coming through that way. So I'd say unless you are specifically experiencing anything at the time, assume that it is your own psychic abilities, your own subconscious mind coming through to you, and then you can add things in later. So having really successful readings doesn't necessarily mean that kind of anything else is going on. Usually it's your mind coming through. Occasionally you will find decks that are spirited, so they have a spirit attachment to them, in which case those decks will aid you as a guide would aid you and kind of take control over that reading, but that isn't always going to be the case. So, oh, okay, so this is a new question, but it relates, so I'm going to do it now because I feel like it's kind of significant. I was taught that with divination, if you have to read or look up what a card or rune means, it means you're doing it wrong. It doesn't, and whoever told you that is entitled. Sorry to be blunt there, but how are you ever meant to develop if you are never ever given the opportunity to learn? Yes, some people out there might be amazing at divination. They might be able to pick up a tarot deck, shuffle it, instantly get the most accurate readings ever, never ever have to look at a book. But the reality is that with everything that we do, it's a craft. It's something that a lot of us have to work really hard to learn and develop. And if you're being told that looking at a book is failing, that looking at a book is wrong, how are you ever expected to learn? That's like going into an exam with no understanding of what's happening and being expected to pass it. I find things like this so infuriating because they really have a knock-on effect on people. To this day, I have been reading cards now for... When did I get my first deck of cards? I've been consistently reading for 11 years now. I still, to this day, will use books. And that's not to say that I can't read the cards intuitively and I won't override what a particular book has said, or I will take it a different way. I will completely go rogue and just use my own intuition and my understanding and my guide's assistance. But when I'm getting a new deck, that artwork is going to be different and the artist is going to have it represent something different than, say, the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. So a great example of this would be, I think it's called the Enchanted Forest deck. I got it at the end of last year. That deck confuses the hell out of me, and it's because I learned to read on a Rider-Waite-Smith deck with a very set system. And then this deck has completely different names for the suits of cards, and it confuses me every single time. And so I will always look up the book so that I can see what the artist was wanting to get across in that artwork. I wanted to see what they were putting into it to then draw information out of it again. So I think it's a very limited worldview. And I also think it can be very detrimental to people to say that you are doing it wrong if you're looking at a book, because there are many, many people out there who struggle with memory, whether that is, in my case, I struggle with memory because of my anxiety. I mean, I'm very open about talking about it. If I'm having a really bad OCD or anxiety time, I will lose so much information. And it's because I'm so stressed that I don't retain any of it. A lot of people who struggle with their memory might be struggling for physical or psychological issues that is completely out of their control. And so they can't remember every single piece of information about a deck of cards. And maybe their intuition is not something that they feel entirely comfortable relying on. And it also discounts anyone who's new to the entire topic. So use your books. Is basically what I'm saying. Use your books. You have never been practicing for so long that you don't. And see, that's it's words. It's also that thing though of you have to be so pristine at it that you don't need books anymore. is, in my opinion, really unattainable. I don't know how to word it in a way that kind of is gonna get what I want to say in my brain out of it. I have so many words, I do not have enough speaking capacity. But it's that idea that in order for you to be right at reading cards, you have to completely separate yourself from the book, and you have to only use your intuition and your subconscious mind, and that also relies on everyone reading the same way. And I don't think that everyone does read the same way. My way of reading is I really should have brought a better set of cards in. This one isn't one that I would typically use for this. I will shuffle until cards pop out, and then I will have my guide standing right here, and they will be giving me additional information and insight into it. They will be telling me specifically what each of the cards means in relation to the question that I've asked, telling me if I need to draw any more cards or if I don't, asking me if I want to continue in case I don't like the answer, these kind of things. But they will also say, check what it says. Because a lot of the times, my kind of subconscious will latch on to specific aspects of the cards, and I need to be reminded by an external source, hey, look into what that card meant to the artist, because that might deepen your understanding of the cards. And I don't remember all of the cards. I just don't have the mental capacity to remember all of the stories behind all of the cards. And so it's a difficult one. I understand the mindset behind it, but I also do think it's very... I know I've been going on about this. I will change subject soon. It puts a lot of pressure on people that one is right and one is wrong. And I don't think that there is any way of doing it that is wrong as long as it works. And it's the whole, this is good, this is bad, this is right, this is wrong. I don't find it to be particularly useful. That's not to say that this person meant it in any malicious way at all. It is simply to say that I think it has the ability to make people feel as though what they're doing isn't good enough. But if it works for them, then that is ultimately good enough. Tangent, I know. My brain today does not like... Exactly. My brain does not like taking words from here and spitting it out here. So, here we go. Thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. I get really frustrated when confronted by a gatekeeper. ALS, wanting to do sea magic, astronaut magic, and lunar magic. Yeah, it's something that I do find really frustrating, especially in the social media world. Perhaps it's less present, I found, in in-person groups. Especially online, you do have a lot of, you have to be doing it this way or you're wrong. And I find so many times when that happens, it leaves out so many people. You aren't doing your meditations right if you aren't doing it this way. You aren't doing your chanting right if you're doing it this way. And I try to include as many people as I can on my channel, and I'm not perfect at it by any means. But I do find that the whole, you have to be doing things a certain way or you're doing it wrong, is very, very difficult for people who struggle with so many things, whether they be physical things, whether they be psychological things, maybe they are emotional, maybe it's trauma, whatever it might be. I am very much about kind of sharing different techniques of doing it and not putting strong, polarizing right wrongs on anything. And TikTok frustrates the hell out of me for that exact reason. It's short form, and I know that now it's a lot longer content than it used to be, but it was very short form. This is right, this is wrong, do this, don't do that. If you do this, you're wrong. If you do that, you're right. I truly believe that we can adapt so many practices to fit how we are able and capable of working with it. And I get so frustrated when I see kind of the limitations that get put on people in their practices. It drives me up the wall. Absolutely drives me bonkers. And the thing is, though, a lot of the people that do it, they don't even realize that they're doing it. It's something that maybe they haven't thought about, or they've posted it and they haven't realized. It's usually kind of completely innocently done. But it happens a lot. A lot. So where was it? Any thoughts on online covens? Oh, okay. So I think they can be really, really good. But I think we also need to limit our expectations. So different coven environments are going to offer completely different experiences. And so I think it's really important to, if you're wanting to get into a coven, just be prepared for the differences between them, because not all covens are going to be the same. Online covens are not necessarily going to be the same as in-person covens. It's going to be kind of a different vibe. Online covens are really useful for people who maybe don't want an in-person group, don't have access to an in-person group, are still hiding their magical practice for whatever reason it might be. And it's not going to be the same as doing workings with an active group, but it's really good for learning alongside other people, getting loads of information, seeing other people's experiences, looking at what other people are doing, talking to other practitioners, and having kind of a foot in the real world of witchcraft, not just an isolated one that you experience just yourself. It's something that you can share your experiences with other people, maybe see how other people are working with deities, how other people are doing a spell. It can be incredible. But it's not as easy to do active spell work and ritual with an online coven. And so if that is what you're looking for, that kind of active ritual work with a group of people, you're going to have much more luck at an in-person gathering or an in-person coven environment. But for some people, that might not be what they're after either, because it involves too much commitment. They might have to travel. They might struggle to process so much information, so many people, so much noise. There might just be too much going on. So I think they're an invaluable resource. I think that all covens are incredibly valuable for the community as a whole. It just depends on what it is that you're after. So I was trying to say is that I want to combine sea magic, astro magic, and lunar magic. That is actually a really good combination to work with, because everything is so attuned with one another. So we can be working with the sea's energy, and that can tie really easily in with lunar magic because of its deep connection with the cycles of the moon creating the tides, makes sea witchcraft and lunar magic so ingrained with one another. They're really easy to merge together. And then if you're already working with that lunar magic and you're able to draw on that lunar energy, then switching it for other astrological bodies, for things that are further afield, whether they be constellations, whether they be kind of comets, meteorites, different astrological events that are occurring, everything can tie in really, really easily. We can be charging sea water with the energy of these astrological events so we can then use them at a later point. That is a way of doing it. And oftentimes, if we are able to access the sea, then you're likely to also see things quite clearly off the coast as well, especially if you are able to see it kind of as it's going dark, if it's safe to do so at night as well. Because you have such a vast expanse of space above you, you're usually able to see a lot more than maybe you would in a town or city, which makes it another way of connecting even further. So those three are really easy to blend together to kind of tie things in. So if you can draw on different energies from different ones, I think that's going to be a really cool mix that is going to be really, really potent. And that's something I will just add in here in relation to kind of the witch types that we were talking about earlier, in that you really can draw on different energies of different types of magic to get a really powerful response. You never have to just stick to one. So if you describe yourself as being a green witch, you can also practice lunar magic. And you can even tie that lunar magic into your green witchcraft by working with plants that are associated with the moon and all that kind of stuff to link it all together to make it extra, extra potent. It's just such a cool way of adding additional energies in and just trying things out. If you have one thing that you really like and that you find that you're really good at working with, like green witchcraft, if you want to try other things, add it in, because you already have a basis that you know works, and then you can see how these different variables are going to impact the outcome. Curious what a witch afterlife is. Ooh, okay, so this is going to depend on what you believe in, because witchcraft isn't a religion in and of itself. It is a practice. So if you are Wiccan, some Wiccans will believe in reincarnation. Other Wiccans will believe in Summerland. If you are a witch that is also a Christian, then you're probably going to believe in the Christian afterlives of heaven and hell. You don't have to be any one thing to be a practicing witch, so you can add it onto other religions. Some people don't have any kind of religion or spirituality at all, so you can ask, the phrase is really common, but you can ask 12 different witches for the answer to a question, and you can get 13 different answers. So for me, I'm very firmly in the camp of reincarnation based on my own experiences. Other people might think something completely different. I would love to know in the chat what you believe is the afterlife. I think that would be really, really cool to know, because within witchcraft there is no one definitive thing. It's very much based on the underlying beliefs that are happening. Are you able to make a servitor's home base a mirror? I was planning on adding all of my long-term servitors in a big mirror in my home, but I don't know if this would affect their ability to do their job. The answer is maybe. Once again, it's one of those things that needs kind of nuance, context. If we're talking about like a locked mirror, I'm just going to go through like a whole bunch of options here. If we're talking about a locked mirror, then I wouldn't, simply because you've locked that mirror. So if they are in the mirror, they then can't get through the same way that you put them in. So that's going to make their life a lot harder. They're going to have to access you through a different way, or they might not be able to access you at all if you've locked it both ways, which makes it really difficult to work with. If we're talking of an unlocked mirror, then I suppose you could. If anything, I would maybe consider, instead of making their home in the mirror, like the glass of the mirror, I would maybe make their home the body of the mirror, because then you can include multiple servitors. Obviously, it's going to depend on how you do it, but how I do it is with sigil names for each individual servitor has a sigil name. If you were to do that, then each sigil name or each servitor can have its own space, like on the back of that mirror, so they can use the mirror to come through, to traverse, to do what they need to do. But it means that if you ever need to lock that mirror, you still can, and it's not going to impact how they are going to be able to move, because they are not in the glass, they're not in the mirror itself, they're in the body of it. That's just what I would do. I don't think there's necessarily any harm in doing it. I think it's just all a personal thing. I like having the option of locking mirrors as and when I need to. So for me, I probably wouldn't put them in, but I'd put them in the body of the mirror rather than the glass. Okay. Where was I? I ordered the Sabbat cards from Sons of Asgard. I'm so excited. Oh, I love them so much. I didn't actually film it this time because life, chaos. But on my altar, my Ostara altar, I have the card there as well. I hope you like them, because I absolutely love them. My big black dog has found and brought me black crow feathers, one every day for 3 days, always from a different location. Thoughts? So immediately I'd say, let's focus on the mundane. It sounds boring, I know, but I always do it. So I start with the mundane. Could it be that your dog is simply liking the feathers, and so is seeking them out when they are found? Is that an option? Does your dog regularly bring you things that they found, and it just happens that in the last few days it's been feathers? Because if it's something that they've always done, then I wouldn't necessarily say that it is anything spiritual. But if they've suddenly started doing it, like they normally never bring you anything and all of a sudden they are bringing you black feathers, it might be worth looking into what they might represent, and also any deities that they might be associated with, especially if it is kind of a repeating thing that's now happening day after day after day. It could be worth looking into it in that regard. Back to the mundane though, I do think it's also important to bear in mind, if there are a larger quantity of blackbirds than there usually are, that might be the reason why this is happening now. So just try and tie those two things together. But it very well could be a sign of something. So I would say look for other signs. Once you've done a bit of research, see if you can remember anything coming through that might relate further to a particular spirit or deity or something in your life that they might represent. So I saw a question here that was in relation to kind of the whole like religions in witchcraft thing. Can a Christian be a witch? Yes. It is an entirely personal thing. So witchcraft, as Phil has said, is secular. So it doesn't have a religion attached to it. You can choose to incorporate religion if you want to do that. Now, some Christians are going to say, no, I'm not having anything to do with that. I don't want to. But it is an individual thing, and you'll often find many practitioners will include Catholic saints and Catholic rituals in their workings, as well as many other religions around the world. So it's an entirely individual choice as to whether or not you want to do it. But when we do look back at the records of witchcraft, especially during the early modern period up until kind of the early 1800s, we are seeing regularly that witchcraft is incorporating Christianity into it. So we see a lot of charms that are talking about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. It's all been included in, because that's how it's been able to sustain itself over time. It is incorporated in the popular modern religion of the time and then adapts and changes. So personally, I see no reason why people can't choose that for themselves today if they want to. Okay. Back up to where I was again, let's have a look. What are the best vegan eggshell substitutes for witches? I guess that entirely depends on what you're using it for. If we are talking protection, which is what it's commonly used for, then I personally would use chalk. So take some white chalk, break it up, use a pestle and mortar, whatever you need to do, and then add in some protection herbs, dried herbs, ground really, really fine so it turns into kind of a fine powder, and then you can use that to mark your edges of circles. If you're outside, you can use it for things like that if you don't want to use eggshells. That's just the way I would do it. I'm sure there's lots of other options out there, and it is also going to depend on what you want to use the eggshells for. That's just one way of doing it. Do you know anything about the red dragon talisman? I would love to learn. Red... I'm curious, because to me, the Red Dragon is a book. So any more context on this would be great, because for me, the Red Dragon is a little grimoire that's been translated. And I'm not sure if that is what we are referencing here. So if you could let me know, that would be great. I cannot bury spell ingredients as I live in a busy neighborhood. Is it okay if I just dispose of them in a bin? Oh, so we had this one earlier, so it's slightly different, but yes, depends on how that energy has been worked with. So if you're simply using them as representations, there's no energy involved, then you can just dispose of them accordingly. If you've imbued them with energy, then I would personally just give them a bit of a cleanse before you put them in the bin, just to make sure that all of that energy has been dissipated, so that energy isn't manifesting in essentially the waste. It's very individual. Different traditions and cultures are gonna have different things about it, and different individuals are gonna feel differently. But you can dispose of them in bins. I would just make sure that all of the excess energy is kind of discharged from them, so that it's not manifesting in a place where you don't want it to. How do you select the books you read on a topic? Specifically, how to assess their quality? I find a lot of them don't cite their sources, especially when it comes to historical aspects. So I have an entire video on how I check books. But generally speaking, for me, I have trusted authors that I will go to time and time and time again. I also have trusted publishers that I will go back to time and time again. And so straight away, I will know that if a book has been published by a particular author that I really like, and it's been published because Troy Books is my favorite, it has been published by a particular publishing house, I will read it because I know that it will be good. I also will look up the author themselves. So pre-warning, if you are looking at books on Amazon in particular, there are several, one in particular is massive, AI authors that are simply stripping information off the internet and shoving it into a book. And they are producing thousands of books a year, completely impossible numbers. They will not have any real information on them. And so if I can't find a social media presence, if I cannot find a real person behind that book, if I do not know what their practice is, if I do not know what their background is, I will typically avoid that book pretty much entirely. And if I know that it's AI generated, I will avoid it completely because I'm not buying into that shit. And then I will also look at books that reference other books. So if I'm reading a book I really, really like, do I have any... Good point. Do I have any around here that would... Yeah, let's grab this one. This dress is not good for reaching. Let's grab this one. So this is an author that I really, really like. So this is... God, I keep hitting everything. The Witch's Sabbat by Keldon. So if I know that... Let's see, is there any references in here? Yes, so at the back here, we have all of these resources. So if I've read a book that I really, really like, I will look at the kind of authors that they are referencing and the information in them so that then I can do a deep dive further into that. So it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all approach to it, but I will make sure that I research the author and also who is publishing it, where their background is as well, because witchcraft is incredibly popular now. Since 2020, it's become a lot more popular. And I am noticing a lot more publishers that usually would never touch witchcraft with a barge pole, suddenly publishing witchcraft books. And so for me, I would double, triple, quadruple check those in that instance to make sure that the author is not just ghostwriting, that they aren't AI generated, just so that publishers can make money on a book, because it happens. It happens. So I will see if I can find the video. What would I have called it? Let's just go with books. And see what I can find. I know that I did a video on it. I just don't know what I would have called it. And apparently I can't spell. How do I spell resources? Resources. That sounds right. Yeah, so it's called Vetting Witchcraft Resources. And that was all about like how I choose where I'm going to get my information from. So that's one video that I have done on the subject. I might update it more recently. Books are being AI generated now. Yes, they are. So warning for anyone who is looking at books specifically on Amazon. If you are seeing a publisher that has published hundreds, I mean every other week they are publishing a book, massive red flag. People are using kind of like whatever it's called, chatbots, to essentially mine resources from real authors, from real practitioners, from real content creators, and shoving it into books that they are just mass selling, and they are selling a lot of them. So if you see a publisher with no real background that has published literally hundreds, sometimes thousands of books, that should be a massive red flag right there, because it takes so long to write a book. Anyone who's been chasing me for years about this will know it takes so long. I can't even I can't even imagine being able to write a book a week every single week and get it published. No. So just do some Googling and you'll find that there are certain authors that are flagged by the community as being AI generated. Just before I go up to the top again, the question about the deck that I just used, this is the Celtic Spirit Oracle. So this is what the front of the box looks like as well. Yep. So it's the Celtic Spirit Oracle. And the information on this one says, are you ready to hear the ancient wisdom from the other worlds? Elemental beings, Celtic gods and goddesses have messages that are so subtle, like a whisper that gets lost in our noisy way of life. A tool to aid spiritual growth from the Celts and help raise the consciousness of humanity. Now is an important time to step up and be the change you want to see in the world. Not the best back on a book, but a deck, but it is a really cute deck, and the artwork is really, really nice. So if you want to see more cards of anything, I have an entire video where I ranked all of my card decks, where I go over each deck of cards that I've got, so you can check out my collection and see if you like anything. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It's the topics as well that you will find in AI generated books. You will find that you'll have an author that will bounce from astrology to planetary magic to hearth witchcraft to kitchen witchcraft to green witchcraft to this closed practice to that closed practice, and you're thinking, no one. It's physically impossible for someone to know everything about everything and then to be able to publish it in a week. So yeah, that's another one. You'll often find that authors have categories, like Gemma Gary is all about that traditional witchcraft, that rooted in the landscape kind of practice. And that is what all of the books are going to be about, because that is her practice. Or you'll find that if someone is particularly focusing on, say, Welsh witchcraft, all of their books are going to be on that subject. If you've got someone that is like ricocheting around the entire globe, then not easy. Right, I'm going to go back to where I was so that I don't lose too many of the chat when it jumps. So, where was I? So I've got one here about where can I send questions to. I do have an Instagram. It is in the description box. I will be honest, I'm really bad at getting back to people, but I will try. So you can ask there. I need to clear out my entire file. I have not been functioning the last month and a half, so I will try to do that if that is something that you want to ask questions on. Do you have any books you suggest for beginners? I do, and they are all in a video called Beginner Witchcraft Books, I believe. Let's have a look. So the video is called, if I can find it, Beginner Witchcraft Books, and it includes traditional witchcraft, ceremonial magic, and modern witchcraft. So that's on my channel. I will even link it in the chat so that it's there for anyone who's interested. That is beginner level books that I really enjoyed. So, where was I? I'm lost. Could you make a puppet of a house? Yes. Yeah, you definitely could. So, typically puppets are used in, well, actually kind of both representational and contagion magic. They're kind of used in both, but they're used to represent a person that you want to be doing workings on. That could be a human, that could be an animal. But if you wanted to, for instance, do good fortune for a business, you could create a puppet in the likeness of that business so that you can then do workings on it to improve kind of good fortune, abundance, prosperity, all of this kind of stuff, if that's something that you wanted to do and look into. So, where am I? Can an animal or fantasy creature you have been connected to your whole life be a familiar or spirit guide in some way? For me, this has always been wolves, dogs, and mermaids. They've always been in my life. Wow, I find this really interesting because mermaids are spirits. So all of the stories that we have surrounding mermaids usually comes from folklore, legend, beliefs that people have had, and spirits. And so you can work with the merfolk in your magical practice. If that's a spirit that you wanted to connect with, you can definitely connect with them. And as such, they are perfectly capable of entering into a familial contract. With dogs and with wolves, they might be more of kind of an archetypal energy that you can draw in your workings. So there's kind of two different sides of this. But if you are wanting to work with mer spirits, do remember that not all of them are going to be nice. I'll be honest, every single mer spirit I have met has been not nice. That doesn't mean that they're all like that. I just have had bad luck in this instance. But just bear in mind that spirits are able to kind of do their own thing, have their own opinions, all that kind of stuff, and it might not necessarily align with what you're looking for, but you can also work with them as kind of archetypal energy as well. Right. Have you been doing any glamour spells recently? It's a form of practice I have never done. With every video or live stream, you look more beautiful. Oh, thank you so much, Barbara. You're so sweet. Thank you. No, honestly, it's a form of practice that I need to look into. I've never really, besides like invisibility workings, which kind of fall under glamour magic, because I get asked about them all the time. I need to be doing research on this. This is a new topic I need to dive into. How would you create a home protection charm using a railroad spike? Also, should you cleanse it or would that defeat the purpose? Depends on whether there's any unnecessary energy on it that you don't like. If there is, then you can cleanse it. If there isn't, then you don't really need to. Personally, I'm not going to go too far into this because the content is coming in a different form. I would use it as an anchor point for a larger working. So this would be a larger energy-based working, and then you are using the railroad spike as an anchor in the physical world to tie the working to a particular place. That's how I do it. Other people might be different in that, but that's just me. Best way to magically infuse and amplify my protection oil. I'm getting ready to make certain timing of the moon cycle or timing of anything. Also making oil for amplifying a connection to the spirit world. So it's really individual. For me, unless an oil, for reference, I craft oils for my business. It's one of the main things that we focus on, besides candles. I won't use specific moon phases unless it has a particular purpose for that oil that I'm making or that working that I'm doing. So I might steep it for an entire lunar cycle to get all of that energy from the entire cycle imbued into it. I wouldn't do it at, say, a set point unless it has a specific purpose. So I'd make sure that just everything aligns in the way that you want it to. But, I mean, you definitely can. And then obviously add your intentions into it, power it as you are creating it so that it's not just oil with this infused. Instead, it is specifically a very potently charged oil. Any tips for a beginner witch who's struggling to understand the concept of energy and struggles with energy sensing? Try to get out into nature. This is going to sound really counterintuitive, but it's very much about kind of being present. Being present and noticing the things that are happening around you, because you might, the way we perceive energy is going to be very individual, and it's something that is a lot of the time rather subconscious. So you can, if someone walks into a room and then they're in a really bad mood, like foul mood, even if you've not seen them, you've not talked to them, you've not done anything, you can almost feel this shift in the energy of that room. The same applies with all other kinds of energy. You will feel that shift if you are present in that environment and you are open to experiencing the shifting changes of things. So if you're out in nature, touch different plants as long as they're safe to do so. Be in different environments, be in different weather conditions as long as it's safe to do so, as already mentioned. Different seasons, and see how that environment shifts how it feels. So it might be that in some areas you feel kind of uplifted, and others you might feel like you're being observed or watched. In some areas you might feel like your skin is prickling, as long as you've not touched a plant that's poisonous, obviously. And these kind of things can show us the energy that's present in that space without us actively working on it, because we are able to sense energy. You know, if you're in a place that is filled with death, even if you don't know it's happening, even if you have no information on it, people notice it. I mean, how many people have gone to an old house and they will refuse to walk into a room? They don't know why they've refused to walk into that room. It's just this instinctual thing of, I don't feel comfortable, so I'm not going there. We are always energy sensing, even if we don't necessarily know that we're doing it. So if we can get into different environments and feel different things, different plants, different locations, different stones, interact with different people even, you might start noticing how you feel different based off them, or you feel something based off something that you're handling or something that you're spending time around. One book on the subject I did really enjoy was Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. That one was really good for kind of developing this energetic draw. But one way of doing it, it's not necessarily a solution, it's more of a workaround that people can do, is if you aren't able to sense energy and move energy yourself, you can call upon deities, spirits, elementals, energies that can add energy into that working for you. But obviously then you have to be building up connections with them, relationships with them, giving offerings, all this kind of stuff, like holding up your end of the bargain. But that is one way of doing it that means that if you are still struggling with your energy work, you can still be working spells and rituals alongside it and still get results from it. So that's another option as well. Right. Bum, bum, bum. How do you cleanse spell ingredients to release remaining energy? The same way you would cleanse anything else. So this could be running it in water, this could be smoke cleansing, this could be sound cleansing. You could be physically pulling the energy out of things. That's something, if I'm really lazy, I will do that. If I have a candle that I just need to dispose of, I'm tired, it's late, I'll just like draw the energy out of it and just like dump it out. Either I'll dump it into something else, or I will just dump it so I can dissipate it. And then you can dispose of it that way. Basically, any technique you would normally use for cleansing, you can use to cleanse spell ingredients. What is your power source in your tradition? Is it a deity or is it ancestor worship? Neither. It is myself. We are all vessels of energy. That's how we function. That's why we eat. That's why we sleep. That's how we can exist. My energy source is my primary focus. From that point, I can do workings outwardly. But if you use too much of your personal energy, you can feel kind of not great, you can feel sluggish, you can feel kind of shit, honestly, after a working has been done. And so you might want to top up your energy with external energy. So this could be really commonly the ground, the earth. When we ground into the earth and we draw energy up, we are replenishing our personal energy so that we are not constantly depleting it, stops us from feeling kind of crap after we've done workings. You can also use plants, stones, you can use elements, elementals, ancestors, deities, spirits, guides, angels. So many different things can help add into our own personal energy source. So it's not so much that there's one source of energy, it's that there are lots and lots of sources of energy that people may want to draw on, and not everyone is necessarily going to draw on the same things. When I'm doing my spell work and ritual, I will get many different things, energies, entities coming through. Sometimes it is deities, sometimes it is servitors, sometimes it is ancestors, sometimes it is all of the above, sometimes it is spirits that are coming through specifically for that purpose, sometimes it is elementals, other times I'm working with plant allies, sometimes it will be all of the above combining together depending on what I need in any given working. And then the next working that I do might be completely different because I'm shifting everything from one working to the next depending on what I need in that particular working. So you might find that some people have kind of one one source that they work with more than any other. So they might always work with a particular deity, or they might always work with a particular spirit or ancestor. But for me, I find that I will bounce from whatever I need in any given time. And also it depends on who I'm working with as well. So if I'm working with an ancestor that I know, they will tell me. I have done a working before, and it was actually for an event. I was meant to be like spelling candles for an event, and I laid everything out on the table. I got all of my like oils, I got all my herbs, I got everything I need. I got everything started, and I called upon them and they went, no. I'm like, what? They're like, no. We are not participating. If you want to do it, you do it. We aren't helping. And that was when I knew I needed to call it a night, because very rarely do they say no, but they were like, hell no, we are not participating. And so you have to listen to that. And so not all workings, for me anyway, can be done through the same sources. The noises are happening so much earlier than they usually do. Are there any return to sender candle spells and specific ways to dress the candle? I mean, for me, return to sender is 9 times out of 10. No, let's face it. 99.9% of the time are going to be candle magic. And it's very individual how you're going to do it. And this is the thing with witchcraft. There is no one definitive set way of ever doing anything. So my way of doing something is to dress the candle from the bottom to the top. Because for me, the way I perceive it is that I am removing things out. I'm sending something away. If I want to attract something in, I will dress a candle from the top down because I want to draw it towards me. If I want to maintain something, I will go from the middle to one end, the middle to the other end. And that's how I've always done it. That's very different to some other people that I know who do it literally the other way around. So for me, I'd say it's a case of figuring out what works best for you and kind of trial and erroring it to suit what you need. But for me, bottom to top is about removing things. So if I was going to be doing a return to sender working, even if it's not necessarily return to sender, even if it's just removal of something, it goes bottom to top because it's that kind of pushing out of that energy. Same applies if I'm using, say, incense in magic. If I want to remove something, I will use it from the bottom to the top. If I want to attract something in, I'm doing it from the top to the bottom. And you can adapt that in many different ways, including like cleansing, manifestation, all this kind of things. That's just how I've always done it. I only realised after the fact that not everyone does it that way, which I think is part of the beauty of witchcraft. Like, it's not necessarily going to be the same for everyone. So thank you so much to Gus, just a sign of my support. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much for sticking around and supporting me and enjoying my content. It means a lot. And thank you so much to Your Girly. Okay, I have mentioned this several times in the past. I will say though, please, no caps. But generally speaking, that is going in a different resource. Anyone who's been around for a while will know that I am formulating things, and so I'm not doing a video on it. I know I will probably eventually, but it is not going in a video as of right now. It is something that is going to be coming through in a different format. If I ever get it finished, because I am like 3 years deep into this and I feel like I'm not going anywhere. So yeah, we'll see. So yeah, it's one of the many topics that is not in the active process of being put into a video, because if I were to put everything into a video, then I would have no need for anything else. I had someone earlier ask me if there's any music that's currently kind of in a loop in my head. I don't remember where the question was. It was like ages and ages ago. I think, what songs are you humming recently? Mackenzie, she who must not be named, electrical device that I ask questions to, calls him Mackenzie Mackay. I don't know if that's right. It doesn't look right. but on repeat every waking minute of every single day. It's my current obsession, and that is just permanently in a loop in my head. I will warn anyone, if you are going to listen to his stuff, it is not child friendly. It is very in nature. So just that's what I have in a loop in my head permanently. At the minute, I'm loving it. I'm sure in about 2 weeks, I will absolutely despise it. I never want to hear it ever again, but that is just how my brain works. I will just obsessively re-listen to something until I hate it. So, let's have a look. Where am I? Do you have any book recommendations for necromancy magic? I don't specifically, because it's going to depend on what you are referring to when we say necromancy magic. So there are many books that are more spirit based, in which case we could be looking at something like Raymond Buckland's Spirit Communication book. What is that actually called? It is Red. Helpful. Buckland's book of Spirit Communications is all about communicating with spirits, and specifically about spiritualism's technique. Why did I say it like spiritualism? Why? I don't know what happened there. I just decided to overemphasize that. Specifically spiritualism's way of communing with spirits, which is what necromancy, or at least what a part of it, is all about. You also have here The Bones Fall in a Spiral by Crossed Crow, which is a publisher's that I love. Sorry, that was a little bit intense. A bit like Troy Books. I really like everything. So that one is by Mortalus. And then there are other books that are kind of about more kind of darker aspects. So it's not the oh my goodness, this is going to really bother me. It's not the Necronomicon. It sounds so similar, but it's not. What is it called? That's going to really bug me. If I get up to go and get another book, then I will try and find it. But that book is all about that kind of darker aspects. What is it called? It's not called the Necronomicon, because that's the different thing entirely. Oh, that's gonna really bother me. What is it called? Oh, that's gonna bug me. I am not fine. I will see if I can find that in a little bit. But yeah, there are a few books out there depending on what specific aspects of it that you are after, because different books have a tendency to focus on different things. Right. I was wondering what it means to be a true witch. I'm asking because I don't regularly perform spells or rituals, and because of that I feel pretty bad about myself. Don't feel bad about yourself. There is no such thing. In my opinion, there is no such thing as a true witch. Mostly because it relies upon some people being superior to others. And this is a craft. So we are all here to learn and grow and develop our practice. And while some people might be really quick to tune in to certain aspects of the craft, maybe they're really good at communicating with spirits, maybe divination is their thing, not everyone is going to have the same strengths. And not everyone has the time to be doing lots of workings. I think that's also forgotten a lot as well. We are seeing practitioners online, myself included. I'm not excluded from this. My job is surrounding witchcraft. I have a witchcraft business. I am writing. I do videos. I do events. And so my practice and the amount of time I can invest in it is going to be very different than someone who works 2 really intense jobs, or they have 1 job and they just want free time. It's going to be very, very different. And especially in the world of social media, we are seeing people who are showing spells that they're doing every single day. Every day they're posting on TikTok, or every day they're posting on Instagram showing the new spells that they're doing. Realistically, you are not going to need to do that many spells. I will be honest, recently I have done a lot more because that has been a requirement in my life at the present. I have gone months, years without actively practicing. And while it might appear as though I am less of a practitioner because of it, it doesn't change the way I perceive the world. I perceive the world through the lens of a witchcraft practitioner. I perceive the world as a witch. I sense the energy, I see the spirits, I commune with my deities, I commune with my spirits and my servitors. I'm feeling the energy all around me all the time, even if I'm not doing active spellwork and ritual. It is part of who I am. And so I don't want anyone, and I know it's far easier said than done, I don't want anyone to feel bad if their circumstances, if their environment, if their physical or mental health is limiting how much they are actively doing. Because life isn't that simple. It's way more complicated than that. I don't believe that any practitioner is more superior to another. I don't think anyone is true or false. We're all just practitioners, learning and growing and practicing as we need to. And so please, please, please don't feel bad. Don't feel bad about it, because people will go through slumps. People will go through slumps where they don't practice for years of their life, and yet they still perceive the world as a witch, because that's who they are. Whether you refer yourself to yourself as a witch, or whether you refer to yourself as any other title, that is who you are. That's how you live, even if you're not doing active spells and rituals. I love how Phil is now like, tip Hearth and she'll buy me hot chocolate. Cheeky, but I mean, I will get you a hot chocolate. If next time I see you, I will get you a hot chocolate. So, let's see, where was I? What exactly is a ward? What separates it from other protections? Oh, okay, so this is one where I have always struggled to juggle the terms, because different people will use the same term in different ways. So I can only tell you how I distinguish a ward from general protection. And for me, it is about how it goes about working. So if I were to create a witch's bottle, that falls under protection magic. It is a scapegoat working that is essentially an energetic duplicate of myself that is attracting unwanted energies and spirits towards it instead of towards me. It's still protection, but I wouldn't consider this a ward. However, an energetic bubble that I am placing around my home would be a ward. It is a boundary that is blocking access to my space from things that are unwanted. They're both protection. That energetic bubble and the witch's bottle are both protection, but I would only consider the energetic bubble to be a ward, and I would consider the bottle to be a scapegoat working. And I very rarely find people agree on like the specific terminology. I find that it's very regional. It's also based on tradition a lot of the time, but that's how I distinguish the difference. So people will also refer to them as like shields or bubble protections. I would consider those kind of things to be wards rather than anything else. Okay. I'm in crisis mode due to world situations. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Any spells to help with anxiety and fear? I've been, it's been really rough for me of late. Okay, so the one thing that I will do a lot, especially at the minute, because I feel this just obviously in different ways, I will channel all of that energy into either words I'm saying or words I'm writing. And I'm sorry, Phil has had the brunt end of this for the last like month and a half. I will essentially take all of that anxiety, that energy that's like sticky and gooey and like is like weighing me down, and I will push it and charge it into either letters that I am writing, journaling that I am doing. And if at the end of it, you want to take those papers and you want to burn them to kind of release that and get rid of it, then you can do that too. And that I find to be incredibly useful. You're taking a technique that is already really successful for a lot of people in terms of journaling and getting thoughts on paper. But then you are also adding additional magic into it to make it more powerful and to remove the energy that way as well. So it's kind of a twofold thing, and it can be really, really helpful. The other way, of course, is write it on a piece of toilet paper and deal with it that way. Do with that what you will, but that's another option. But obviously, when I write stuff down, I'm a writer. I have diaries everywhere. I'm a writer. I will write like 5, 6, 7 pages. So not always suitable for me to do, but if you want to then burn it afterwards, as long as you do it safely, then that's something that you can do. Okay, I have not done this in a while, so thank you so much to, wow, so many people. Thank you so much to the Violet Maze, as well as to, I'm so sorry if I say this wrong. It's either Amain, Aman, Amane, 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 Aman, Amain. I'm so sorry, names. Please tell me how to pronounce it and I can get it right. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to Anna Banana and also LV. Thank you so much. Oh, I butchered that so badly. I'm so sorry. I struggle so badly with it. Pronunciation of any kind is... It's rough. It's real rough. It's so embarrassing. I need to get better at it. Okay. So, where was I? Okay, so this is in relation to ancestor work. So, any advice for working with ancestors when you have no access to information and you also can't have an altar space? So, it's kind of similar, actually, to having an altar space, but you don't need the altar in order to do it. You just need a location where you can have, like, a single focal point. And if you are anything like me and you like Halloween decorations, that makes it a lot easier just to have a little skull. Just a little skull on a shelf that you can use for this specific thing. So the idea being, do I have a skull? Oh, I do have a skull. It's inside a little terrarium. I can't use that. Do I have any... Oh, hang on. I actually do. Bear with me. I knew I have random stuff lying around for a reason. Skull. So, if we take something like this, for instance, it doesn't have to be this big. It can be really little, like, you can get, like, little skull candles and stuff. What you would want to be doing is to be able to have that on a space. It can be temporary. It doesn't have to be out all the time. And you are going to want to be using it as a way of communicating through it. So this is a really common practice. The idea of talking skulls is really, really ancient. So you are using it as a representation of the people that you are interacting with and talking to. So you would cleanse the skull. You would then name that skull. So if you're working with unknown ancestors, you would essentially just be reaching out to anyone that came before you in your... whether that is bloodline, whether that is a familial line that is not blood related, you're wanting to reach out to people. So you might want to tie, if it's your family, like your blood family, like a genetic family, a piece of hair around it, or something that belongs to you, have it kind of on it around it, so that you can connect it to your lineage. And that also can be done for non-genetic family as well, because it's kind of linking it to you. So once you've done that, you're going to name it. So you can name it just your unknown ancestors, or all the ancestors that came before you. That then kind of links it to the people that you want to be communicating with. And then you can have it in that space and you can just talk to them. Just talk to it. You are using it as a representative tool. So you are going to want to just tell them things, ask them questions, reach out to them, say that you would love to get to know them a little bit more. You would love for them to reach out to you. Is there any particular ways that you would like to reach out, whether that is in dreams or in card readings? If you're doing card readings or anything like that, you can have the skull present for that reading, and you can ask them to come through that way. So you would be focusing on them through the skull and having that communication. You may well find that during meditation, during dreams, you're starting to get information coming through, and you might even gain information that is stuff you didn't know. If you didn't know anyone in your past lineage, then this is a way that you can always get information, and you can also then fact check that information if that's something that you're able to do. So having something like this is obviously a pumpkin skull. It doesn't have to be a pumpkin skull, just something that represents the human skull is good for the unknown dead, or the people that you know have come before but you don't know who they are or where they existed. I'm not going to put that back over there, so I'm just going to put it here. My desk becomes full of random shit while I'm doing live streams. It is a really cool skull, isn't it? I inherited this from my parents, who've had this for like 30 years or something, and I put lights in it. Spooky. It's only March and I'm already like, Halloween. I could go for Halloween any day of the week, honestly. Okay, so some questions here about like working with ancestors that don't necessarily agree, I have already answered in this stream. So it's way back, maybe like half an hour in or something. I will just really briefly say that don't work with any recent ancestors then, go further back, because the idea that people didn't include witchcraft in their day-to-day life is really modern, like a few hundred years at most. If you were to go further back, you'd find that people would be having these kind of practices ingrained in their traditions in their local area, and it was very much more accepted. So if you go further back, you're likely to be have an easier time connecting with someone that is accepting of it, at least a little bit more accepting anyway. What do you think about using ancestors in work that have killed people but had a great heart to family? It's a difficult one, and I think it's going to depend on what it is that you are working with them for, because you might find that has an impact on how they go about working things, and whether that is something that you want within that working is going to very much depend on circumstances. So, where was I? I've realised as I'm sitting here, I'm just eating my lipstick, so let's have a look. What spells would you recommend for a beginner? None. Honestly, it is probably the most annoying answer that I can ever give. It would be none. Mostly because it depends on how beginner we're talking. Because when I think beginner, I think beginner. You know, like new. If you're not new, that's different. But if we start with new, none. Mostly because we need to be building up kind of a foundation to grow onto. So what I've often found in interactions with especially beginners is they will have a really, really successful first spell. It will be phenomenal, perfect, manifest instantly, great. And then every working that they do afterwards fails to work. And slowly but surely, their belief in it and their belief in themselves gets chipped away at more and more and more. And then eventually they go, this isn't working for me, I give up. What's happened in that instance is that their first working was highly emotionally driven. Often so emotionally driven, they haven't had to do much of anything besides channel it towards a goal. They just had to focus on something hard enough and it's manifested. That isn't sustainable unless every single working that you're doing has the same amount of emotional intensity, which most of our workings are not going to be that intense. So instead, I recommend that people take a step back and they learn the foundations. So we're talking what witchcraft is and isn't, what magic is and isn't, what it can and cannot do. And then looking at visualization, centering, grounding, energy sensing, energy manipulation. We're looking at building the foundation that we can grow a practice on top of. Because when we can learn these things, it's way easier for us to be able to manifest things without having to be so emotionally fueled that it's almost a force of will action that we are creating. So if we're new, I wouldn't necessarily recommend spells. If we're talking someone who is learning the foundational practices, is a little bit more into it, maybe a few months into it, then I'd say focus on things that are very self-focused. And people would often think that that is selfish, but what I mean by that is it's easier to manifest things in your space than it is to manifest things really far away. So we're talking things like protection. Protection's really great because it is something, it's quick acting, it's usually self-focused. There's lots of different techniques that you can use to manifest it, and they can layer on top of one another. So it allows you to practice without doing so many different things that might be clashing with one another. So protection is a great start. Anything that you can carry where is in your energy field is also really, really useful because you're only impacting yourself, which is a lot easier than attempting to influence the energy of another situation, another person, another place. It's much easier to influence your own energy whilst you're learning. So you can still practice. So you can do luck workings, prosperity workings, protection workings, self-love workings, all these kind of things. Things that are in the home or around yourself are good because once you start influencing other people, external forces are then in play more so than they would be if you're influencing yourself. And so it can make it a little bit trickier. So protection workings are generally my go-to thing if someone is new adjacent. They're not like new, but they're still new enough that maybe they're a little bit not certain of themselves. Okay. Oh, okay. How do you scry safely using an obsidian mirror, and how would I communicate with only one spirit? So a lot of this I did touch on in my last video on how to use a scrying mirror, but the reality of it, and I won't sugarcoat it, nothing in this life is ever safe. Nothing is ever guaranteed. That includes both within witchcraft and outside of it. Crossing a street is never 100% safe. The same applies to using a scrying mirror, using any form of magic, divination, anything, because things can go wrong. So I think the first thing that we need to discount straight away is that there is nothing you can do that will make anything 100% safe. What we can do is make sure that we know how to deal with things if they go wrong. And I think that's the way that we should be coming at all forms of witchcraft, in that nothing, I get the question all the time, what spell is 100% safe for me to do? There is no such thing. It's all about learning protection. So if we are wanting to avoid interference, then we are going to be looking at having personal protections. We're going to want to be looking at having protections around that space. You can also use protections on that mirror. So if you don't want to work with any spirit, because with scrying you don't have to work with spirits at all. Scrying can and usually is entirely in the subconscious mind. You can lock that mirror to stop it from allowing anything to pass through either way. That way you know that if your space is protected against spirits, if you are protected against spirits, if that mirror is protected against spirits, you are not going to be interacting with any spirits. But that isn't always the way it's going to go, and especially if you do want to work with spirits and you don't want to lock that mirror, then it does become trickier. So protections are really important. Understand how you can sense spirits that are around you. How do you experience spirits? Is it a smell? Is it just a sense that you're getting? Is it full body apparitions? Is it noises? What is it that is showing you that there is someone present in that space? When you know how to sense if someone is present, you then know how to process it. You know what you're dealing with. You know what to expect. So once those things are kind of done, we can then tailor a mirror to someone. So when you're doing scrying and you want to specifically reach out to a person, you can hold something that belongs to them. If this is an ancestor, you can do it that way. But you can also use sigils of deities, images of deities, sigils for servitors, familiars, anything that you're working with. That way you can hold it, or you can place it kind of resting behind the mirror so that you are kind of reaching out specifically to them. There is, however, no guarantee that they are the only spirits that are going to come through, which is why it's important to remember that we need to learn how to protect ourselves, how to remove unwanted spirits from our space if that is something that does eventually occur. In terms of what to expect, it's very individual, and it's going to come across very differently to different people. So when I scry, it is more of a way of me to tap into the guides that are already interacting with me. So they come through whenever they fancy, basically. But when I'm scrying, it gives me the ability to spend time focusing on that. And so usually it is things coming through that are not visual. It is just a way of me focusing my mind on something to distract it from being, focused on that moving car or that sound that I heard outside. It allows me to like tunnel vision in on it. I do also sometimes get kind of mistiness, fogginess coming through. You might get little colours or snippets of information, whereas some people are going to get full images coming through, and it entirely depends on how their mind processes things. So it could be anything from nothing happening to full images coming through, sound, smells, anything like that. And it is just a case of trial and error and seeing what works. So in relation to the scrying mirror, because I just had another question on it, which is, did you cover attaching an ancestor to the scrying mirror? I did. So this is kind of adding, well, it all kind of taps in, you can extrapolate out from it. But when you are creating that mirror, you would include names on the back of that mirror or behind that mirror, maybe pictures specifically that can go behind that mirror to attach onto them. So full names, dates of birth, images, anything like that, little pieces of paper that they've written on that you can put in there can help kind of link it to them. And then I did have another question that I got quite a lot, which is, should you cover your mirror? Now, this is going to depend on how comfortable you feel. None of my scrying mirrors are covered. They never have been, and I've never needed them to be covered personally. But that is because all of my mirrors are either protected or I have not. If my obsidian scrying mirror is not in active use, it is not in active use. It's not that it's locked, it's just that if I'm not actively working with it, it's kind of like an eye. My obsidian mirror is like an eye. If I'm holding it, it is open and I am working with it. If I am not holding it, I am not working with it and it is closed. So it's not locked, it's just not, it's like dormant. So for me, I don't cover my mirrors. Whereas some people will use black silk or black cloths to cover their mirrors. If you feel comfortable doing that, then that is something that you can do if you feel it's required. Okay. I'm here somewhere. Any advice on getting water spirits to work with you? Really, it's the same way that I would get any spirit to work with me, and that is being present, being open-minded, and also being aware that not all spirits are going to want to work with me. And so it might also find that depending on your chart, that the spirits that work with you are going to vary. So for me, water is very, very present in my chart, and it always has been. And so for me, that was the first energy that I ever connected with. They were the first spirits that I really, well, not the first spirits that I saw, but it was the first type of spirit that I really, really recognized. Like, I'd seen spirits my entire life, but when I saw those water spirits in Glastonbury Chalice Well, that was like a whoa kind of moment for me. And so because it's so present in my chart, I find it easier to work with. There are other elements and their spirits that I do not have an easy time working with. So you might want to look into your chart as well to see what's present and what isn't, because you might find that will influence how easy it is to connect and commune with them. But yeah, generally, patience. Patience, being present, and being open to things that maybe you wouldn't expect would be communication or connection, because it might come through in a way that you aren't expecting if you aren't used to working with them. Are mermaids classified as fae, or are they elemental spirits? Okay. Sorry, I'll read the rest of the question. I've been wanting to work with them, but I don't want to delve into fae work. I've heard mixed opinions on what they are. Why? Sorry, I'm prying. You don't need to answer that question. I'm just curious as to why you would want to work with one type of spirit but not another. You don't actually have to tell me. So the answer to this is it's complicated because it is not like genetic testing. It's not as simple as that to group things together. So typically spirits are grouped based off their characteristics. And so the Fae is a massive, massive group that covers a whole range of spiritual beings. So we're talking everything from the high Fae to the lower Fae. I don't like using the word lower Fae because they're not. It's just a term that is used. You then have the different courts. You have the Seelie and you have the Unseelie. You have the Trooping Fae. You also have the individual Fae that just exist in and of themselves. They're not part of any kind of court system. You then have House Fae. You then have Fae that are often confused with nature spirits because where you draw the line in classification is kind of difficult. There's a lot of grey area. And when we are talking especially about things like mermaids, the spirits that we are referring to are often different depending on where you are. And so in one location, a merfolk might be counted as being a member of the Fae. In another location, they might be different enough from the rest of the Fae group that they would be classified as a water spirit. But for me, water spirits are undines. That is kind of where the line gets drawn there. Like, there might be spirits that reside in water, but the water spirits to me are undines. So it's a very individual and it's also a very location-based line. It's kind of complicated, and the answer is never going to be straightforward because the merfolk that I have interacted with, I can only go off my experiences. Personally, I would put them in the Fae category based off only my encounters. Yet I have experienced other water spirits that some people might refer to as being mermaids that I wouldn't class as being Fae. So it's complicated, not always clear cut. And so I would say, if you're concerned about working with the Fae, I'm going to assume that it is because of a lot of the bad reputation that has been spread by TikTok. Other people as well, but a lot of the fear-mongering came from TikTok. Don't paint every individual with the same brush. That's all I can say on it, because a little bit like people, you can have individuals that aren't very nice, but that doesn't mean that every single person is horrible. It just means that some individuals suck. And the same applies across spiritual planes as well. Okay. Sweet or... This is how far behind I am. I've only just got to the bit about orange juice with bits. That was approximately 2 hours ago. I'm very far behind, so if you've posted a question, I am getting there really slowly. Sweet or salty snacks? Sweet. I have a sweet tooth massively, and it is a problem. I got given, this is how bad it is, and this is how bad people know me know it is. I got given a 3 kilogram bag of Parma violets. 3 kilograms is about this big. I am such a sucker for anything sweet. It is actually a bit of a problem. So I try to balance it out. But yeah, if I'm going to the cinema, it's always sweet popcorn over salty any day. So, where am I? Magic wands, hot glue or no hot glue, crystal, wire and wood, or just wood. Oh, I like the fact that we have options. This is a detailed question. So, I personally prefer natural items. Sons of Asgard! Hi! Sorry. A little too excited. I personally prefer natural items. So my favourite wands, I wish I could show you, but that would involve rummaging and I don't have time to rummage. My antler wand that you've seen in lots of videos in the past is one of my favourites. But I got a blackthorn wand for my birthday last year. And so for me, that is where I'm at. I'm with the natural things. But I can definitely see the appeal of things with bits added on. I mean, my antler wand has bits added onto it, so it must have some kind of adhesive going on there. Whether it's hot glue, I don't know. But I definitely think that different people are going to be attuned with different things. For me, I prefer the woods that are of plants that I resonate with, that I'm working with closely, the energies that I'm connecting with, or different animals, deities that I am connected with. So like antlers or things like blackthorn. But a lot of people like working with crystal energies, and so if they want to work with a crystal one, they can do that. A lot of people like working with metal. For me, I'm a sucker for copper. Copper is my favorite. You wouldn't think it because I wear silver all the time, but copper is my absolute favorite for energy work. And so if I were to have a metal wand, it would definitely be copper. So there's definitely lots of options out there. Play around, see what you like and what you don't. But yeah, definitely variables there. And damn right, Parma violets rule. I don't understand why people don't like them. People always poop on Parma violets, preferably not literally, and I will never understand why, because they are like the best sweets ever. I know that some people think they taste like soap, but that is coriander, and I will die on that hill. Oh, thank you so much, Amanda. Thank you for the validation. Taking a break, but we're still connected to our craft. Damn right. I genuinely don't, I can't do it. I can't be constantly practicing all of the time with no breaks, because life happens. And so no one should feel bad about having to take a break because of their mental health, their physical health, anything else that's going on in their life. I don't think that we have to have this like level of practice. And so if you need to take a break, take a break. You definitely deserve to have a break if you need one. Can a healer who thinks witchcraft made me sick and demonizes my practice still help me? He has a gift, but it's making me less open. Interesting. So, this is a really interesting one, and I don't want to... There's an essential oil that smells like they taste. Sorry, tangent. There is. I need to find that. I need to find that, and I need to smell it permanently. Okay, anyway, back to the question I was on before I get distracted. So, this is a really tricky one for me to answer without context. So I'm gonna throw a whole bunch of stuff out there. Take what you think resonates. This applies to everything, by the way. Don't use me as gospel. Take what resonates, dump everything else. I'm fine with that. So I have known a lot of healers who they like making money off people. I'm not saying that is what is happening here necessarily, but just for anyone in advance, please be warned, because I've seen it happen way too many times, where someone will reach out to you, or you'll go for like a Reiki healing or whatever it is, and they will immediately go, oh, I can feel black magic on you. I hate that term. Or they'll be like, oh, I can feel a curse around you. And you're sitting there and you're like, I've not noticed anything. And they're like, no, there's definitely a curse around you. That'll be £500 to get rid of it. That happens so often. You'll get DMs, you'll get people sliding into your emails, you'll get it at like different events and stuff. You'll get it happening all the time. Please be warned, because it happens so often. So this might not be related to that, just general. Please be careful if you go to someone and they're immediately like, oh, I can feel that you have a generational curse on you, and you're like, well, that's new. Or they'll literally come out with something like, I can feel that someone has hexed you in this aspect of your life, and it'll be the most generic shit ever. It'll be like someone has cursed you so that you don't like yourself. I'm like, that is like most people. Most people don't like some things about themselves. That doesn't make it a curse. That just makes it poor self-understanding and lack of self-appreciation, you know? So, oh, you don't need to do that, Sons of Asgard. I'm coming down this year. I'm coming down. So just be warned of that, because that is a really, really, really common scam technique that gets used, and be safe. Always be safe. But if we're talking about a healer who is actively disliking your practice and who you are fundamentally as a person, I personally wouldn't continue going to them. And that's because loads of people are talented healers, but not every person is going to be good for you. A bit like how, you know, you can be an amazing teacher, but that doesn't mean that you are teaching in a way that resonates with someone else. I would be cautious of it, because if there is that active dislike, like even to say that demonizes, and they're saying that it's making you sick, that is an active hatred. And I would consider that to be a hatred, honestly, because if they're claiming that your practice is making you sick, then they don't really understand that practice. And if they are trying to improve that situation based off misinformation, I don't necessarily think that that is going to be a good fit. That doesn't mean that they're not a talented healer, just that it might not be the best fit for you, especially if it's making you uncomfortable. Because even when people are doing energy healing, doing Reiki healing, even when that is being done, it is working with you. So it's a little bit like, at least in my experience anyway, it's a little bit like therapy. So a therapist can't fix things. They can help you build the tools and knowledge so that you can help improve your own life. They are there to be a support system, to give you that information so that you can implement it. I've always felt therapies to be very much the same, in that you are working on someone and working alongside their energy to improve their life. And if they actively don't like your energy and what you're doing, I'm not sure that's gonna be the best fit. So take what you like from that, leave everything else. But yeah, I would be cautious of this on two sides. Just make sure you keep yourself safe. Energetically, mentally, physically, financially. Just make sure that you're being cautious. How are you? Thank you for asking. I am maybe better now than I was before. Vague, I know, it's been a doozy of a few months. Black candle or white candle? I love the question, but it's like, I'm so indecisive. White candle, which goes against everything that my gut is saying. White candle simply because there's more flexibility there. I have lots of candles in my collection that I've never ever used because they're like the obscurest of colors. I went, oh, I know I will use this like electric green candle at some point, and then I never did. So I would go white candle over black candle, only because I, in my practice, find it more adaptable. But I would still use a black candle very, very often. I actually just got like a whole new collection of candles in because I used so many of them. Right. Oh no, I'm not going to be able to answer this. I'm not going to be able to answer this question. I don't want authors to be mad at me. I don't want to get sued. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what the question is, and then if you guys can all answer it, I would love to know what your experience is and what your option is. Okay, so the question is, I just started my journey and have bought some books. The Crooked Path has given me goosebumps at parts. What's your least recommended or most unhelpful book on witchcraft? Oh no. Okay. I know immediately what it is, and we've spoken about it before, in very vague terms. There is a book that is just how can I say it? I want to know what your least liked book is. What book do you have in your collection was the least useful? I would love to know. My least favourite book is very, very famous, and it is described as being about witchcraft. It actually has nothing to do with witchcraft. It is very transphobic, and I got to the end of it and I was like, what the hell did I just read? I have it right there in my collection. I'm not gonna pull it out though because I don't want the author to be pissed at me, but equally, like, I don't want to promote the book anymore, because please don't read it. But yeah. Oh, see, that was my second choice, and if anyone's watching the chat as it's happening, that was my second choice of book that I was gonna say. I have very, very rarely do I have authors that I actively don't like. I'm not gonna deny that is the book I'm talking about. That's all I'm gonna say. There are very few authors that I actively avoid, and those are the two that I actively avoid. And yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. But if you've read it, you will know exactly what I mean. I can't even say the line that has been used so many times in that book. I can't. It's something to the earth gets used way too many times, and by the end of it, I was like, what? So please don't look at the reviews, and then actively decide if that is an author that you would actually want to support. Because I didn't realize what it was until after I had read it. Do with that what you will. Just, this is why I say, do check reviews. Of course, remember that reviews are all going to be based on someone's personal practice. But if you see a book and so many of the reviews are like, this actually crossed a line, or this really negatively impacted me, maybe question it. Please, especially if that is going to make you really uncomfortable, or it's going to actively negatively affect your mental well-being. Please be careful. Okay, I'm gonna move straight past that because I've already said way too much. But yeah, every book is for someone, right? Every book is for someone. Those books were simply not for me. There we go. In my opinion, personal opinion, don't sue me. Okay. If you have a pentagram talisman for protection but hide it in a silver locket so no one knows you have it, will it still work? Yes. This is akin to the moon. Even if you can't see the moon, it still has influence over the tides. It's that kind of effect here. So just because something is concealed doesn't mean that it isn't effective. And so a lot of people will hide their charms, their protections. They will hide anything that represents their practice, and it is still powerful. If you believe it has power and it is energized, then it will work regardless of whether anyone else can see it. Do I say something? Okay, I'm just gonna put this here. I know that it has not been said with any kind of negative intention. I fully understand that. But you look great as you are without the hair dye and the makeup. I just want to do a quick reality check for everyone out here, especially those who feel a lot of pressure on their appearance. I will swing from being very, very alternative to being very, very not alternative. I hate the term. I don't know what else to use because I'm not technically goth, but like this is foundation, blush, powder, eyebrows, eye primer, eyeshadow, eyeliner, mascara, and lipstick. And I do just want to put that out there because I know that there's a lot of pressure on people to look flawless at all times and be naturally perfect and naturally pristine. And this might look like it's not that much, but to get it to look like this on camera, it is. And so I know that this was not intended in any malicious way, and I don't mean anything bad to who wrote it. Simply to say, no makeup is a thing. And if your skin does not look perfect and pristine, I have lights on me right now. I have filming lights on me which make my skin look a lot better than it actually is. So do not ever feel bad about your magical practice, and do not ever feel bad about the way you look, because the people that you see on the internet do not look like that in real life. And anyone who has seen me at events will know that. Because I have wrinkles on my forehead. I have an entire patch of grey hair down the back of my head. The only reason I stopped dyeing my hair was because of COVID. So yeah, just bear that in mind. The people you see on the internet are not going to look like that in real life. And you do not have to look conventionally perfect at any point in your life. It's definitely not a requirement. Okay. Dum ba bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Where was I? I don't know. I've lost where I was. I'm here somewhere. Can you tether a spell with other things? Currently only using people. Yeah. Physical objects. You can do it with like statues, with jewelry, with candles, or skulls. I'm just having a look at the things around me that I can use. Skulls, you can use pictures, any object that is kind of solid and present. People will do it with like nails and stuff that they stick into the ground, sigils that they've created, symbols. You can use not magic. What else is there that we can use? Bottles, jars. These are all options. So many. Bags as well is another option. Yeah, so many options out there that you can tether your workings onto to keep them in that space longer term. You don't just have to use poppets, which is useful because you don't always necessarily want it to be associated with a person. You can associate it with just general energy or even a location if you needed to. Okay. Where was I? I'm here somewhere. Perhaps you could do a longer episode on magical morality. I mean, I could do, yeah, if that's something that people wanted to see, because I find magical morality is a really, really difficult one. I find for people to talk about, because I don't like rocking the boat. I'm the last person to rock the boat because I'm not the last person to rock the boat, but I don't typically like doing it because it stresses me out. But I find that people really don't like questioning it. I think that more than anything is the problem that needs to be discussed openly. It's not about shaming people. It's not about saying right or wrong. It's not about saying that someone is incorrect or whatever. It's just about having an active discussion. And I think it's the reality of short form content is that so often it becomes an echo chamber. And it is beginners learning from beginners, echoing it around social media. And I don't think it's a problem for beginners to be learning alongside other beginners. It's more just that if no one questions anything, then you aren't really learning why something is. And so with magical morality, I find this a lot. You have people being like, love spells are bad, the Fae are evil. And it's like, it's not that simple. There is too much nuance for it to be, this is good, this is bad, these are evil, these are friendly. It's not nuanced enough, and so many people who repeat it are simply repeating what they've already heard. They aren't experimenting, they aren't experiencing. And while I don't think that you have to experience every single thing that you want to talk about, I do think it's important to question what we are seeing. And that applies to everything. It's why I think why is one of the best questions in witchcraft. Roses are for love. Okay, why? Why is it that roses are associated with love? Is it the mythology? Is it the way they look? Is it the way they smell? Is it the historical applications of it? Is the medicinal applications of it the reason? Why is it that roses are associated with love? The colour orange is associated with creativity and confidence. Why? That why is the most important thing. You can read all of the books in the world. You can have the best mentors to have ever existed. But if you are not, as an individual, asking the questions, I don't think you can ever fully understand and apply it into your practice. Because the whys are so important. And with magical morality, it's very much a love spells bad, money spells good. And it's like, okay, but there's more context to that. There's too much nuance there. Like it's not simple. It's not that simple. Nothing is ever that simple. The real world is complicated. And so I think if anything, that is the discussion that needs to be had of like we need to be questioning what we are hearing, and we need to be figuring out the whys for ourselves. Right. Where was I? I'm somewhere. I'm somewhere. Where was I? Have you tried the 47 Servants Oracle deck? No. Let's have a look, see. What is it? Have I read that wrong? I think I might have read that wrong. Wait, where am I? 47 Servants Oracle. I can't find anything. I'm being daft. I found 40. I'm guessing it's 40 servants. Let's have a look. I think it might be this one. I don't know. Is this the one? Ooh, if this is the one, it is pretty interesting. I'm gonna have to look more into that, because that looks beautiful. Anyway, I'll have to go back to that later, otherwise I'm gonna be like distracted. Will you ever make a video of yourself performing fire magic? I have done lots of spells working with the fire element. If we are expecting Avatar, The Last Airbender level of stuff, that is not real world witchcraft. But most of my videos that involve active spell work do involve candle magic and fire magic. So I've already done that quite a few times, and there will no doubt be more times where I include it, especially when I do more kind of vloggy spell work content. But there is no throwing around a fire. And don't try it, because it is dangerous and you might hurt yourself. Do you have any recommendations on how to go about identifying and connecting with your guides? I'm probably the worst person to ask about this, right? Because brutal honesty, right? I have no clue who my guides are. I don't have a name. I have a voice. I have a form. I have no name. And they will just go, "Boop, I'm here. I'm going to work with you now." And I'm like, cool. That's fine. And then in a few months, a few years, they might disappear again, and then they might come back again, and someone else might come back in their place, and I don't know names. And maybe that is common, maybe it isn't, I'm not really sure. I know a lot of people who have names for their guides. Some of them will be given a name. Sometimes that name will be given by the practitioner because they don't have a name for their guide. So I've got a few guides. I say a few. I've got one guide that has a name. The others are nameless guides that are just there. And I can tell which one is speaking because they sound very, very different from one another. So I can recognize the differences between them. But I can't give any names to them. And so for me, this isn't the easiest question for me to answer, because my guides just kind of pop in and they're like, we are working together now. I'm like, okay, sure, fine, that's okay. So yeah, you might want to look into kind of meditation, you might want to look into dream work, see if anyone comes through that way, and that might help. Any tarot, some maybe even automatic writing could be useful for this to gain more information if that's something that you are drawn to. Alas, I'm not the best person to ask because I don't. It just happens. It just poof, and then they're there, and that's just how it works. What do we have here? Let's see. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum. Down 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 down. I'm back to that same darn song again. Down 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 down. Okay. Oh no, it's gonna jump. Ah, gosh darn! I knew it was gonna do that. And I think I've lost some. Wait, no, I haven't. I've just barely saved it. Oh no! And that was so close to me straight up losing the entire top part of the chat. Okay. When picking a card a day from a tarot deck, would you recommend picking just from the major arcana or from the whole deck? The whole deck. I would very much go the whole deck because this is going to vary on writing style. Not writing style, reading style. I don't know why I said writing. But for me, the major arcana, I know that some people say arcana. I've always said arcana. I don't know which is right. I think it might just be a regional thing. So for me, the major arcana are archetypes. So these are significant people. They are significant energy points. So these are like they're the big boys of the deck. And not every day is a big boy kind of day. Some days are just going to be chill. And some days might be a 9 of swords. And we just have to kind of accept that. I hate that it's true, but sometimes we have to accept it. And so for me, if I were to be doing a card a day, I would use the entire deck. Not only would I use the entire deck, I would use the entire deck and reversals, because that way you can get the full breadth of everything that you might want to be looking into and that you might experience. If you are specifically wanting to figure out an archetype, then sure, use just the major arcana. But you then have to reshuffle them back into the deck again, which is a nightmare to do. It's just such a pain in the arse. So I would say just go with the entire deck. Even if you don't read reversals, the entire deck is much easier, and it's going to give you a wider breadth of options as well. Right. Let's have a look. Will you be doing a video on occult tea? Hashtag occult tea. I'd be really interested in hearing your thoughts. What is that? Okay. I live under a YouTube rock, right? I have no idea what's going on around me 99% of the time. What I watch is not this. What is that? I'm going to have to look this up. I don't know what that is. Okay, I'm going to... What is this? I feel so lost. I feel like a grandma right now. I'm going to have to fully dive into this afterwards because I have no idea what this is, and I'm going to have to fully look into it because I'm so curious. Yeah, as of right now, I have no plans, but that's mostly because until right now, I did not know it really existed. I'm so sorry. I do literally live under a YouTube rock. I am like a grandma. I know I'm not, but I am on the internet like a grandma. I live under a rock. Right. I am somewhere. Can you make a video about working with brownies? Oh, I will definitely add it to my list because I love them so much. They're the sweethearts of the Fae world. Oh, do you feel there is a distinction between thought form and servitor? I was interested in your views. So, I think that there can be nuance between them, but thought form, servitor, tulpa, and egregore are typically used in a general sense interchangeably. individuals may find that they assign differences to them, but I've never been able to find two practitioners that are great. And so for me, I use them all interchangeably. I find that individual practices will use different terms. So if you talk to 12 people of one specific tradition, they will all use the same word. But then when you talk to someone who learned a different tradition, or maybe were taught by a different person, or are in a different part of the world, they will use something else. What I will say though is you can definitely have nuances in between them. So for instance, like, to me, a thought form could be an entity that has been accidentally created. So it's been created through the same energetic process, but a thought form can very easily be accidentally created. Whereas a servitor, something that you are actively creating for a purpose, is often very purposefully created because they have been created for a job. So while they are interchangeable, there are definitely kind of variations in them based off kind of technique as well. I find that servitors are usually created in a slightly different way to thought forms, which in some cases can be created completely accidentally, which is a topic in and of itself. Sorry, I got excited about the topic without even telling you. Where there's an idea, and I have spoken briefly about this before, where there are certain locations that are believed to be haunted, except the legends behind the property are completely made up. They're fictional, they never existed. And yet, people still experience supernatural and or paranormal activity in those locations. Even though all of the information about that location has been fabricated, people will still have the exact same experiences. And so my thought has always been, are these experiences actually being manifested by the collective belief of every single person that goes there expecting to experience the same thing? If you've been told that a young girl dressed in a pink dress is floating around the upper floors, if enough people believe it and enough people have the fear and the energy going into it, they can literally create a spirit that behaves and looks exactly like that, even if the story itself is fake. And I just think that is so cool. And that kind of entity is technically the same thing as a servitor. It is a spiritual being, a spirit that has been created through the energy and intention of another person or multiple people. But in one instance, it is completely accidental, and in another, it's really purposeful. I just think that's so cool. This is where I just nerd out on things like that. And then we go down a rabbit hole, and then like several hours later we come out the other side. So yeah. Ooh, recommended books for candle magic or for information on familiars and servitors. This, see, my problem is I'm not going to be able to remember them all. So I'm going to go on a hunt for some books and let's see what we can find, because I said I was going to go and see if I could find that book on necromancy. So we're going to see if we can do that. Let's have a look, see. What do we have here? This one? Definitely. Oh. Yes. Yes. What else? My problem is that my bookshelf is no longer alphabetical. I completely lost control of it, and now I don't know what's going on anymore. Okay, we're gonna go with these, because these are the ones that straight away I can find. Also, for the person asking, this is what the dress looks like. It's so cute. Okay, anyway, so these are the books that I like on the subject. There are, however, others. So if you would like more book recommendations, I would recommend going through my quarterly book breakdowns, which I really need to start doing again. Or just my book recommendation videos in general, because there's quite a lot on there, or my haul videos. There's loads and loads of books in those, because that's mostly what I end up buying, so that can give you some ideas. So one that I really like, and this is a very well loved copy, this is Candle Burning Rituals by Marie Bruce. I have no idea if half of these books are still in print, by the way, because I get a lot of my books from secondhand antique stores or kind of like house clearances. I end up with a lot of books that are like ex-library books, like when libraries have closed down and they just sell off all the books. I've got no idea whether these are still in print. So this is Candle Burning Rituals by Marie Bruce. I really like their work. And this covers kind of a wide range of things. I would say it's more like beginner adjacent, because in this we're talking about sacred spaces, what is a sacred space, creating magical areas, magical hours, moon phases, sympathetic magic, fire magic, the different elements. Like, what I will say though, it is Wiccan focused, so you do have a little bit about the harm none rule and the rule of three and all that stuff, so just bear that in mind. But I like the workings in this. So here we have like a reflective love spell, we've got a Halloween candle ritual. What else have we got in here? We've got funny money spell, manifesting money, and it's not just candles, but a lot of the workings are, so I do like this one. Mystic Dylan's book on candle magic is also really good if you are a beginner to candle magic. There is also one by, I've lost it. Is it Raymond Buckland? Let me just check. Let's see what this is. So yeah, the other one is Advanced Candle Magic by Raymond Buckland. That one is another one that's also pretty good, though I'll be honest, all books that are on spells are all kind of much of a muchness. So a lot of them contain spells with like a little bit of additional information in there as well, or it's additional information with a little bit of spells. Either way, they're all kind of much of a muchness. When it comes to familiars, I'll be honest, I dislike most books on the subject. The only book that has really anything good in it for me personally, in my practice, is Raven Gramassi's Familiars book, which I have forgotten the name of it. Mostly because most books that are published today on familiars are all about cutesy cats, rabbits, animals, blah, blah, blah. And that's fine. Not disparaging that at all if that is the kind of familiar you want to work with. For me, I work with spirit familiars, and so that is what I would like a book on. This book, it's called The Witch's Familiar, Spiritual Partnerships for Successful Magic by Raven Gramassi, covers both animal spirit companions and also spirit companions, like actual spirit work. And so the section on spirit familiars is, in my opinion, really, really good in this book. Everything else I can kind of push to the wayside a little bit because that bit's good, but it does cover kind of a wide variety. It was published in 2003, so it might be a little bit behind on the things that you might experience in a modern book, but that one is pretty good, especially if you can find it kind of secondhand or somewhere. And then I have a few books here on servitors. So let's have a look. So which one is my favorite? I think this one was my favorite one of all of them. So this is Creating Magical Entities, A Complete Guide to Energy Creation by David Michael Cunningham, Taylor Elwood, and Amanda R. Wagner. So that's what this one looks like. I've spoken about all of these before, so I'm not going to go super in depth with them. We also have Create a Servitor Companion by John Kreiter and Create a Servitor, Harness the Power of Thought Forms by John Kreiter. I mean, all individual practitioners are going to have a different way of doing it. My style is slightly different from everything I've gathered, just based on my own practice of it. You don't need to really get a book for the subject. You can just kind of use your energy to build something. Some people just do it it's just an automatic thing. And other people will follow something like a book and their guidance. So just pick and choose what you fancy, take what you like, leave the rest. Oh my goodness, Phil, you've been awake for 17 hours. I'm so sorry. I scheduled the live stream later than I normally would today. And Phil's been at work all day, I think. I'm pretty certain you've been at work all day, otherwise I'm not sure what you've done all day. So yeah, if you need to go to bed, feel free to go to bed, and I will talk to you tomorrow. And thank you so much for just being on here. Like, I literally, Phil sent me a message, and he was like, what have you done today? I was like, oh, I've been preparing for the stream, and he goes, that's tonight? So It was last minute. I'm sorry. Yeah, the commute does mean an early start. So whenever you need to go to bed, Phil, you can go to bed. I don't want to keep you awake and end up making your day tomorrow even more exhausting than it already will be. Okay. Question: how can a Christian be a witch when it clearly states in the Bible to not practice witchcraft? Well, does it though? Because this is the thing that gets a lot of people. The James I Bible is different to all Bibles that came before it. And so, of course, if you're reading the James I Bible, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, right? Except that wasn't in the Bible before the James I version. It was poisoner. Thou shalt not suffer a poisoner to live. It was changed when the James I Bible came out. And so the problem that you've got is that we are talking about a book that has been translated dozens of times, a book that has been altered dozens of times, and also fluid practice. Religion and spirituality is not textbook for a lot of people. Of course, you have some people that will follow it by the book, but if you're going to do that, then half the things you have in your life are sins. So that doesn't really work. You can't cut your beard. You can't wear mixed materials. What are you going to do now? Half your clothes are made of mixed materials. The world changes. And I think it's important for individuals to make that decision for themselves. And so I think it's really important to bear that in mind. It's not to condemn people for making a personal choice, because that's their choice. And yeah, even through history, the definition of witchcraft is different. So if in my studies, which primarily focus on the early modern period, that's where my passion really lies, the term witch and witchcraft meant something very, very different than it does today. It was a very different description. It had very different definitions. And it has been adapted as time has gone on and changed. There are so many things that people shift and adapt in their life. And it's also good to look historically at traditions and how they have aligned with the modern religion at the time. So there are many, many people who use the Bible as the biggest spell book. There are many traditions out there that use psalms in the same way that I would use verbal chants and spells. It is a massive spell book. People use it for divination. People use it for spells. There are literally miracles in the Bible. I mean, I am not a Christian. I firmly am in the pagan camp, and I always have been. But there is a lot in there that can be incredibly powerful, incredibly useful to practitioners who do choose to use it. And throughout history, we have seen that witchcraft and magical tradition has been deeply ingrained in Christianity. And that's the reason why we have old charms, old spells, old rituals recorded, because they have blended in with the tradition and the religion of the time. And so I don't think it's a case of, if you believe this, then you are not allowed to. I think, as with everything we've spoken about tonight, I feel like the definition of tonight's live stream is, it's not that simple. It's never ever that simple. Nothing is ever black or white, good or bad. Same applies here. There is so much to it that is more. You know, if you're looking at earlier versions of the Bible, it says something very different than the translated versions that we see after James I. And that came from the issues during the time period, the belief systems, everything that happened. Even accidental mistranslations change intrinsically the meaning of those words. And at that point, it's entirely different from what it originally meant in the first place anyway. So what do you believe? Most people don't follow religion by the book anyway. There's flexibilities with it. There's variables. You're looking at something that was created 1,000 years ago. Like, life is so different now. It's not that simple. And so, as I say with everyone who asks about this, is it's up to the individual what they feel comfortable with, how their religion impacts their life, how their practice affects their life, and what they feel able to do. And if they don't feel able to do it, and they don't want to do it, then that is fine. But if they do, only they have the right to determine that for themselves. It's all about personal choice. And as long as they are fully aware of what they are doing, which they will be if they're choosing to do it, then that is entirely their personal decision. Right. Da, 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 da. It's getting to that point in the night where I'm like, I feel very like I want to dance around and make weird noises and do all of the strange stuff that I do in the late night, early hours of the morning. Okay, where was I? Does the music you hear have influence on your thoughts and your energy? Yes, definitely. I find it goes both ways. So I find that my energy impacts my taste in music, and it will also impact how I then resonate with it. And I do find that what I'm listening to will definitely influence my energy and how I will use it, and so I will choose songs accordingly, based on what it is I want to manifest. Whether this is before I do ritual, whether this is just in my day-to-day life, I will choose music that specifically resonates with that energetically, so that it can kind of magnify in my life. Generally though, I have a playlist. I have one playlist. I have a liked songs playlist, and I will just stick everything in there. I'm so annoying. I will basically just be like, next. I may as well just pick the song I want, because I'll shuffle, but I know exactly what I want to listen to, and it will never come up, and then I have to like manually go in and pick it. I should really just pick it in the first place, otherwise I'm wasting my time. I spend so much time being like, she who shall not be named, next, and then she'll freeze because I've said next too many times, and then I'll have to do it myself anyway. But yeah, I mean, music is always playing in my house, always. And if it's not playing, I will be making it. So there's definitely influence there going on, like both ways. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. Okay. I was here? Somewhere? Oh no, I don't know where I am. What is your advice on not magic? I really want to make one, but it's a belt for my poppet to establish boundaries. If you really want to make one, go for it. Like, go for it. I mean, my advice is find a way of putting your energy into it, and everyone is going to be different, and you'll end up with your own niche thing. So when you are tying knots, I think I might have just accidentally opened my editing software. I did. My computer is now going to go bonkers while it freaks out about that. When you are tying your knots, you are kind of securing energy into it. I did just open my editing software. There we go. You're securing energy into it, and you want to be pulling it tight with that energy inside. And everyone is going to be different with the way they do it. Some people will use the elements. They'll use the wind. It's a really traditional thing. You would catch wind in knots. You know, like the breeze, not that kind of wind. So that you can then release it later. But you can use this to add extra air element energy into your practice. So you would think of your goals, the call upon the wind in your working, and then you would snap that knot shut. Some people will whisper their intention through the knot before they snap it shut. Some people, myself included, I will like breathe life through it and then snap it shut. So many different ways of doing it. Just find a way that works for you. Don't be afraid to trial and error it. Try different materials, different colors, different times of day. Just kind of mix it all up and see what works, basically. And then just go for it, because the worst thing with not magic is you just get rid of it, basically. Oh god, Psalms. Never been a fan of them personally. No shade to anyone who likes them. You like what you like. For me, I find it to be just kind of, I'm not even going to say it. This is a lot of words. I got asked about a psalm, that's why I'm reading it. Otherwise, I have no idea what it's talking about. Sorry, I realise I can't read and talk at the same time. I mean, I don't know what I'm meant to be thinking about this. It's words from the Bible. I have no intense thoughts about it. Honestly, like, the thing, I am very much a live and let live kind of person when it comes to this stuff. Some people love Psalms, and some people love working with them, and they love reading into them, and they just love it. I don't, and that's just me. That's just how it's always been. And maybe that is because I have never, while I went to a school that made us go to church every single Thursday, and you know, we had to sit and listen to it all and all that kind of stuff, it's never felt right to me. And that's not to say it's wrong, because I mean like, specifically to me, it has never clicked, whereas for some people it just clicks and they get it. I think that might legitimately be the best click I've ever done in my left hand. Oh no, that wasn't as good. See, now I'm overthinking it. I can't do it. See, this hand is... Nope. That's it now. That was my one click of life. That's it. Gone. Poof. I will never be able to do that ever again. Great. Oh dear. But yeah, for some people it just clicks instantly, and it wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me. How do I pick a spirit? What for? I suppose is the question. And it was a beautiful click. Thank you. It has been commemorated forever on video. I will be able to look back on that for years to come. What was I saying? I pick a spirit. That's it. What's the spirit being picked for, I suppose, is the question, because if we are talking like a specific intention, then you're going to be wanting to choose a spirit or request aid from a spirit that very much resonates with what it is that you are after. So if you're picking a spirit that is associated with, I don't know, say like destruction, and you are using them in a working that is designed to strengthen and build something up, that's not going to be a good fit. So if you're choosing them to request aid for a working, they're going to need to align with the intention of that working, but also they are going to need to comply is not the word I was after. What is the word I'm after? They're going to want to participate. It's wordier, but it's better. They're going to want to be present, and they're going to want to participate. And so that's something really important as well. If we're talking familiars, that spirit is often not one that you necessarily pick. A lot of the times they will come through to you, and you're just left with a yes-no kind of decision. You're going to obviously form a connection with them, but oftentimes you will kind of be reaching out for a familiar, and then they will be like, I'm here. If anyone has seen The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, when Sabrina goes out into the forest and asks for a spirit that would like to be a familiar to come forward to her, that's kind of what it's like. Like, you go out with the intention of finding a familiar, or finding a spirit that would like to be a familiar. You have a spirit come into your space, you kind of build up that connection, and then you can make an agreement. So it's, even that's not necessarily choosing, it's more like coming to the conclusion that they are a good fit. I suppose that is choosing, isn't it? Am I okay? So honestly, this one's kind of a vague one because it entirely depends on context. Tips for meditation for or with spirits. I have some difficulty visualizing and can't find guided meditations I enjoy. So, whoa. I think every sound a human could make just attempted to come out of my brain at once. That was weird. Okay. So, when it comes to meditations, when we're talking like for and with spirits, you don't have to be using guided meditations, and in this case it might be something that you might be better off not using. So you could do perhaps walking meditations, and this is something I found to be particularly useful in the past for interacting with spirits, is that if you have spirits around you that you are like guides or their ancestors or maybe their deities, or they're in your sphere, your energy sphere, walking meditations can be really, really useful because it gives something for your body to do. It gives something for your mind to be looking at. You're looking at everything that's around you. And you can zone out while you're doing all of those things. And it's not zone out to the point of danger, but it's like you aren't distracted. And so as you're walking, it's so much easier. Like no music, nothing. Just walk. And just allow things to just pass you by. And you may well find, I've found it, that spirits will be like, I told you this like 2 weeks ago and you didn't listen to me. And they will just come through that way. Or you might find spirits that are interested in you might enter in that space, similar to through dreams. It's that place where you are not quite 100% in one world, not quite 100% in the other. You're present, but mentally you're kind of somewhere else. Makes it easier for spirit communication to come through to you. So if you find that guided visualizations and meditations just aren't for you, that could be a really good one. Yeah, and it clears the mind, reduces anxiety, all super duper useful. Connect with land spirits, as we mentioned as well. Like, it's a really good way of doing it, and I find it to be the easiest form of meditation because I kind of struggle with the whole like stay awake through the entire guided meditation thing. I have way too often gone, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do guided meditation every single night for a month and see how my progress is. Guarantee 5 minutes in, I'm gone. Like, I've not heard the rest of that. So this is a good way to avoid that from happening as well. And then you can do kind of single sounds. You can do like notes. You can do specific hertz meditations can be good as well. Or probably not what you're hoping for, I suppose. Dreams. Dreams are so useful if we want to be connecting with spirits, and it's if we can remember our dreams, it is a way of getting so much information in one go and then writing it all down when we wake up in the morning. Right. It's still going. It's on a loop inside my head. What about the Rose of Jericho? After a money spell, can I throw it out or let it dry, then reuse? Well, I mean, a lot of people will use the Rose of Jericho for money spells anyway, like repeatedly. That is what people are using it for. So in which case, I would let it dry out again once that working is finished and then reuse it again. It also means less waste. That Rose of Jericho is capable of continuing to go on. There's no point in throwing it out when you can still use it. So I would say just dry out, reuse. But obviously, go with what you think is best. Right. Could you use rocks in witchcraft? I love rocks and witchy stuff. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, their practice is centered around the earth, including things like pebbles, crystals, stones, minerals. All these things are used so commonly in magical practice that, yeah, you can definitely use even normal stones. I mean, I was a stone kid. Like, you know those kids that go to the beach and then when they get home, their parents are like, why do you look like you're waddling? And then you turn out your pockets and you've brought home like 1,000 stones. And they're like, oh, but why did you need all of them? And I'm like, because they're cool. And they're like, no, but just pick one. I'm like, they are cool. Just pick your favourite one. I can't, they're all my favourites. My parents' garage is full of buckets with stones in it. I think a lot of people who practice today are kind of like that as kids. So yeah, even just like basic stones, just pebbles that you find on the beach, little pieces of rock that you find can be incredibly useful in witchcraft. Okay, I'm going to answer this question now only because I just noticed it and I will lose it again if I go back. How would you suggest you decipher the difference between a dream and astral projection? I actually did an entire video on this subject. It is called Watch Me Not Be Able to Find It Now. I can't spell. Bingo. It is called Are You Astral Projecting Dream versus Astral Projection? I will put a link in the chat. That is my video on that entire subject based on my experiences. And I haven't said it today, I don't think, but just a reminder, everything on my channel is based on my own experiences. Everything. Because that's all I can go off. I can learn from books and I can implement it in my practice, and everything on my channel is simply my own opinion and based off my own practice. And that applies to this as well. These are my experiences with astral projection and dreams. Okay. Where was I before I lose myself again? Opinions or comments on the Fae and iron, please. So iron is really, really effective some of the time, which I know isn't ideal, but it's people always say that like the Fae are evil, or the Fae are all mean, or the Fae are all out to get you, don't accept anything from the Fae don't like iron. Very broad statements. And I think it's just really important to remember that the Fae is a classification of so many individuals, and those individuals are their own groups in themselves, but then they're also individuals within those groups. And so iron can be incredibly useful against certain members of the Fae, but others not at all, because they have enough characteristics to fit into the Fae box, like the Fae category, but they aren't all going to share the same characteristics. So if you're using it as your sole defense protection, then I would look into other things as well, just to cover all of your bases. Right. Why do I have It's a Small World in my head? We don't even have that ride here. I've never been on that. What? Someone has It's a Small World in their head, and it's annoying. It is annoyingly repetitive. Have you ever slapped or thumped a candle before a working? Yeah. I do it all the time. So, sorry, I'll finish the question first. Have you ever slapped or thumped a candle before a working? I've seen a few people do it, and it seems to be like the same as knocking on a tarot deck before a reading. Yeah, so do I have a candle? Short answer, no, I don't. I'm going to have to figure it out. Anyway, so when I do my workings, especially with the big glass candles that I sell at events, I love them, they're my favourites. When I'm doing those, charge them all with energy, but then they're going to go into a box with other candles of other energy, and so I need to seal them so that they are not being interfered with by other things that are going on around them. So when I have charged them with my energy, when I've done everything I need to do on them, I essentially lock that candle and I will knock it 3 times on the table. It's just something I've always done from the very first time I was doing the candles, and it is something that I have seen so many other people do, and I had no idea that like it was a thing, but apparently it is. It's like a thing that people do, especially with 3s. I think that's just really cool how it's like a collection of people all doing the same thing and not realizing that other people are doing the same thing. I think that's awesome. So that's something I've always done. I've never done it with tarot or oracle or anything like that, but I do it with candles, especially candles that I need to seal for extended periods of time. So whether that is I'm doing a working in advance so I can burn a candle later, I will seal that candle so it isn't interfered with other energies that are happening around it. Or if I'm doing them for events, I will also seal the candles because I don't want the close proximity to other candles and other people to influence them. So I'll do it for that as well. Okay. I am somewhere around here. Okay, Hearth, do you always have this sensibility with spirit, say since you were a child? Do you think this can be developed as an adult? It can definitely be developed as an adult, definitely. So I, from very, very small, could see these like soot sprites is the best way to describe it. I know I've spoken about it before. So I could see those, loads of them. Shades. When I was really small, I would have a shade that would like peer around my bedroom door, and probably there for the better part of 10, 15 years, something like that. And I was always just incredibly fascinated by the energy of things. And then when I was about, how old would I have been? 14, 15, 16, something like that. I saw my first full body apparition, and it was full body. I'd never seen anything like that before, and I have yet to see anything that intense again. So it's always been present. I've had lulls in it, and it also depends on who I'm around. So there's certain people in my life where when I'm around them, I see more, and I'm not sure if that's because they are kind of a conduit to that, or if they are, maybe their presence is causing more spirits to show up. But I have noticed there's like dips and troughs in it, and I think part of that comes down to the fact that I never had a point in my childhood where I was told not to. I always kept it very much to myself. So if I didn't tell anyone about it, no one would say to me like, that's weird, that's not normal, no, people don't feel that way, you know what I mean? Like, I never had that, so I never had any pushback from it. And I often find that people that I speak to have had loads of experiences as a child, and then they get told that it's childish or it's make-believe or that it's silly and they need to grow up, and they force all of their abilities inside. It's like they bottle it up, and then when they're an adult and they want to open that back up again, it is so much harder. And I'm incredibly grateful that I never had to experience that. But you can definitely learn. It is something that people will go decades not being able to do, and then all of a sudden they'll just start realizing that it's something that they can experience. And it's something that I repeat, and people often don't understand what I mean by it, or they say that it's not the answer that they wanted. But being aware and being present is really important, especially in an adult world. I've always been a very whimsy focused person. I'm a, oh my god, the moon is amazing, have you smelled this plant, like this is incredible, that's amazing, I need to take 1,000,000 photos of this. I've always been that person. And so I was always very quick to be like, that was so weird, what was that, I wonder what that was. Whereas a lot of people are very, that was probably just the house settling. It's like, okay, Susan, the house definitely decided to settle randomly for the first time in about 100 years at midnight tonight after you asked a specific question. You know what I mean? Like, people tend to rationalize. It's this adult mindset of rationalizing. Oh, it was just the house settling. Oh, it was just the pipes. Well, when was the last time you heard a pipe speak? No? Okay, maybe it's not the pipes. I think it's important to have one foot in the mundane world, one foot in the magical world. That balance is really important. So acknowledge when something is likely to be mundane, but also be able to have that point in your brain that goes, but what if it wasn't? But what if is a really beautiful thing, that whimsy. And so when you hear something strange, when you're present and you see something odd, or you hear something strange, or you smell something you're unexpecting, or you know who's calling you before you reach the phone, yes, you can still have that moment of, oh, it was probably just coincidence. Oh, it was probably just the house settling. Oh, it's probably just whatever. But just have that little bit inside your brain that goes, but what if it wasn't? Because the more you acknowledge that maybe rationalizing isn't always the answer, you can leave something unanswered. You don't have to rationalize it. The more you start experiencing things, and then the more you experience things, the more you'll notice patterns in it, the more you'll find that things develop and grow, and it slowly starts to snowball into, oh, now I know who's calling me every time they're calling me, and I don't even have to be near my phone. Or, oh, I know that this person isn't feeling very well. I don't know how I know it, but I know that when they come into work, they're going to tell me about it. You start getting these kind of experiences, and it builds and builds and builds. And it can be slow to get started, but over time it kind of grows. It's not quick. I think that's why people don't like it generally, is that it's not quick. Oh, bye Phil. Thank you so much for being here. I hope your commute tomorrow is not awful. Fingers crossed. How's your scrying mirror? It is very good. It is sitting right there. I mostly because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. It's right there. It will probably end up on a wall somewhere. I think it will probably end up on this wall that you can't see. Just because then it's easier to have it kind of up and out of the way. But it is good. So I get so drawn into it. I'm such a sucker for it. Today it's been raining, and as I'm like walking down the pavement, there's been like puddles all in the road, and I can't help it. As soon as I see a reflective surface, I'm like gone. I'm like staring into the void, and then I have to snap myself out of it so that I can keep walking. I do the same thing with them. So honestly, maybe covering them is a good idea, if only to stop me from getting distracted. Right. I don't know what that was. We're just gonna skip past that one. Any new deck recommendations? Alas, not. I use one deck mostly. It's very rare for me to use another one. I use my Rider-Waite-Smith dedicatedly every single time, because the readings are so on point right now that I have been using that like every single day for like the last several months. And so that is my deck recommendation, is always the Rider-Waite-Smith, which is not what people want to hear, because they're like, oh, but that's boring. Give us something good. And I'm like, no, but I go with what works for me. And occasionally I will get new decks. And I do use those decks, but if I need very specific, correct answers, Rider-Waite-Smith, any single day of the week, I will always choose it. And I mean, I've got to the point now where I don't even have it in its original packaging anymore. I was like, that takes too much time. I'm going to put it in its own box, which you'll have seen if you saw my deck walkthrough video. People overlook it. They go, oh, but that's the beginner deck. That's the deck that all the books are based on. Like, I don't want that deck. I want something nicer. I'm like, no, but seriously, like, give it a go. Like, don't knock it till you try it, because there's a reason it has lasted for as long as it has, and it's because it is a solid deck. Right. You know what I forgot to do when I stood up to look at the blooming books? I forgot to find that book on necromancy. I stood up specifically to do that. Oh, no. Ooh, Familiar Unto Me by B.J. Swain. It's a pretty good book on familiar spirits. I'm going to look that up now, because I really want to find more books on this subject. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get this, and I will have to give it a read and see, because I am so after books on this subject, and I've struggled to find anything that I like. So, oh, exciting. I'm such a book nerd, it's ridiculous. No one should get this excited over a blooming book. And yet here I am, like, highlight of my day is finding a book that I want to read. Actually, saying that, I just finished reading the first A Discovery of Witches. I'm about to move on to the second, so no spoilers. But so good. So I need to watch the TV series, and when I'm done with that, I might do a What They Got Right video, because it was so good. It's so good. So I'm listening to them. So it's taken me a while, because each audiobook is like 25 hours long, which is ridiculous. But I'm working my way through them, and they're amazing. So if you haven't read them, give them a try. They're really good. Okay. I'm here somewhere. I don't know where. Can we schedule a hot chocolate tea live stream for fun? I've never thought of doing anything like that, but I mean, if people want that kind of thing where we just kind of like sit down and just have a chat, then I'm sure I can figure something out. Oh, I forgot that I can heart them. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I'm sorry. I said to myself I was gonna start hearting like the donations and stuff, and I keep forgetting to do it, so I'm gonna have to remind myself to do that next time. What do you think about using ancestors? Oh, I've done this one. This is the problem with bouncing around, is that I end up forgetting that I've already answered once. Oh no. Okay, so that one was also on Ancestors. Halloween every day, can we make that a thing? I mean, to be honest, I already have that as a thing. Like, I have like, oh, everything's backwards. Where? Over there. There, I have my little skull. I have like skulls dotted around everywhere. Like, every day is Halloween. I have all my pumpkins out. I have this like cabinet and all my pumpkins are in it. I can't help it. Halloween is the best. Weird question. Can a snake spirit approach you? Is that a thing? It happened to me as a child. So, I mean, yeah, because, well, okay. I'm trying to formulate the words in my brain into words that I can speak out loud. So when it comes to spirits, there are several different things that we can take into consideration with this that might apply. So firstly, is that spirits will often present to you in a way that they want to present. So that might be for a message. That might be because it's something that you will accept. It might be that it's how they feel most comfortable or how they are best perceived, depending on their own life experiences. So you may well find that a spirit that is not a snake is presenting itself as a snake. So we see this quite a lot actually when people go on journeys. I don't mean like physical journeys, I mean like inner spiritual journeys, when they are looking for familiars. So they will go on a journey and the spirits will approach them, like third eye, inner world, visualization kind of stuff. And that familiar will present themselves as an animal. That familiar isn't the animal. That familiar isn't an animal. That is simply the way it is presenting itself to you. And it's often done as a way of making it more palatable, making themselves appear less jarring, because anyone who has seen non-human spirits will know they are not expected. Like, it's, I don't know how to describe it, them, all of it. They don't look how you would expect them to look, and sometimes it kind of hurts your brain, and so they will often present in a way that is more palatable to you and your sensibilities. And so that could be what's happening here, that a spirit is approaching in a form that is either perhaps defensive, thinking that you are about to enter their space. I will present as something that they are going to be scared of to get them to back away. Or it could have been a sign of something, like something that they wanted to tell you, or it could have been something that you found particularly alluring. Every time I listen to myself say that word back, it sounds wrong. I guess people say it alluring, but that doesn't sound fancy enough somehow. Alluring. I over-enunciate, I've realised. Anyway, so that's one option. The other option is that you are dealing with kind of a sign or a collective spirit. So people will often say that they are working with the spirit of a stag or the spirit of the fox or the spirit of a hare. And it's usually like the collective, a little bit like how we would work with plant spirits. So you can work with an individual or you can work with the collective energy of all. So it could have been that that's coming forwards as well. It could also be a snake that has passed. That is an option. Probably less likely perhaps than the others, but that is an option too. So there's loads and loads of different kind of options here. Ooh, what is the difference between spelling magic with a C and magic with a CK? Super simple, really. Stage magic spells it with a C. And so you will find a lot of people will differentiate between it by adding or changing letters. So sometimes instead of a G, it'll have a J. Sometimes it will have a C and a K. Sometimes it will have no C and a K instead. And it's usually done to differentiate from movie magic, from fake magic, and from stage magic. It's not something everyone does, but it is useful because if I were to type magic into social media with a C, I'm probably going to get different results than if I were to type in magic with a C and a K. It is just that kind of differentiation so that people are able to better access what they're actually looking for. I'm just trying to figure out the question that I'm on and I cannot sit in silence. It's always been a problem with me. What are your thoughts on working with demons? Wouldn't that bring more negative? Demons aren't inherently negative. That's the thing. It's much like Fae, nature spirit, Fae, all these things. They are classifications of spirits based off collective traits. And so there are many, many practitioners who work with demons who have an amazing time with them. Some demons are absolute sweethearts. They help bring love and prosperity and joy and happiness and abundance, and some are so obscure. You have demons that aid specifically with the most obscure things, like finding lost items. There are demons that you can work with that literally all they help with is finding lost items. And the problem you've got is that when terms are used by traditions and religions that are directly opposed to it, those terms take on new meanings. So when people think demon, they think Christianity, opposite of good, evil, bad, horrible, gonna ruin your life. When you type in demon, it comes up with horror movies, it comes up with horrible stories of people's experience, it comes up with fear-mongering. It doesn't come up with a lot of people who've worked with them in a positive way. Because the problem is that anyone who mentions that they work with demons on the internet gets ripped to shreds. And it's something that you see so often. If someone just breathes the word love spell, they'll get like awful comments, like comments in their like DMs. It's like, what is happening? Same happens with demons. If someone says that they work with demons, they usually get isolated from the community by a bunch of people who are love and light only, and then they will essentially just be pushed to the side and dismissed entirely instead of people approaching it with an open mind. And it's the sad reality of social media. If you do not conform to what is popular, people basically won't take anything on board that you are saying. And I found the same thing happens with demons. Some of them are absolute sweethearts. They just have enough characteristics to group them in with other spirits that are maybe not so nice. I've met demons that are absolutely awful. Like, horrible. Do not want to do that ever again, thank you very much. 0 out of 10, don't recommend. And yet, there are so many out there that are just willing to help. And they just want something in return. And yeah, I don't think it's necessarily going to bring negative energy in. I think it entirely depends on who or what you work with. As mentioned earlier with the Fae, it's kind of like people. If you associate with bad people, people who don't have your best intentions, people who are horrible, cruel, mean, then that is going to have a negative impact on your life. But that does not mean all people are going to have that same negative impact on your life. So the same kind of applies. Their energy is maybe different. It takes some getting used to. I think someone mentioned here that they can't work with demons. The energy just feels too heavy. It's definitely different feeling than energy that you would say get from working with the elementals. It feels like walking through soup. Is honestly the best way I can describe it. If you enter into a space that is specifically a demon's territory in particular, or that they're in that space, it very much feels like you're walking through heavy air. Like it's like walking through soup. I love saying it like that, soup. And that isn't going to be for everyone. It's not like floaty, nice energy. It's quite dense and heavy, and so I don't think that helps the associations with it. But generally speaking, they aren't all horrible, and even most of them probably aren't horrible. They have a bad reputation, and they've also been negatively influenced by other groups. Christians, sorry, I didn't say anything. They've been negatively influenced by people who are discussing topics that they maybe have never ever experienced themselves. And it comes down to the same thing, where things are often an echo chamber. They will say things without actually asking the whys. And so it's good to ask the whys, as we've seen here. I like talking about these kind of subjects because I like the whys. I like them. What is the difference between demon and like daemon, spelt D-A-E-M-O-N? Or there is another way with an I. Yes, here. I actually don't really know. I always thought that they were kind of just language differences, but let's see what it says on here. I'm just doing like a quick cursory thing to just see what people are saying. Let's have a look. Because as it's been mentioned in the chat, it was all just kind of a word that was used to describe spirits. Like, the way we use spirit today is the way that daemon was always used before. And it's only in later years that it's had this kind of negative connotation latched onto it, which is probably why some people, myself included, have a very different view on demons as other people, because I've had some of that experience personally with them that makes me realize that actually they are not as they are perceived by traditions outside of this. A lot of them have got a really bad reputation, and honestly I'd be pretty pissed too if people kept summoning me into ceremonial circles and demanding that I did things. Can you imagine how annoying that must be? Because that's ceremonial magic now, but especially in the last 100, 200 more years, has basically consisted of going, I want this done, I'm going to force you into this circle and you have to do it or I will punish you. And if I were in that position, I'd be pretty pissed at people too. So I can't really blame them, honestly. If some of them are a bit grumpy with humans, same. I get it. Hello, you look different. I love messages like this because they're just so random. Okay, one thing I will say is I don't understand why my hair is not this colour. Whatever colour this is in the screen, that is not what I look like. And I think it's something to do with the software that I'm using. My webcam, when I turned it on today, just looked a different colour. Why is my hair that colour? My hair's not that colour. Anyway, that's probably why, if you're tuning in and you're like, this doesn't look like the same person, that would be why. So something is going on with my camera. I hate it when people call out of the blue. I'd be so mad to be summoned. Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, for hundreds of years, you have people basically forcing you into a ceremonial circle and demanding things from you. I also wouldn't be happy if someone came near me after that. Like, I would be so angry. Right. Where was I? I'm here. What type of spirits dart around the room a lot? A lot. Is this just a common spirit action in general? Yeah. You will find that different spirits will present differently, and they will also act differently based off the energy in that space. So if it's quite a high energy environment, you'll often find that spirits are more active in that space. They might be quicker. They might present themselves more fully. You might find that certain spirits that can't fully manifest or choose to not fully manifest will present as like little orbs that will flick around really quickly. Very different from just dust. Like, there is a definitive difference between them. And certain spirits, especially non-human spirits, have a tendency to move in a very different way than human spirits would. So it's not enough to distinguish any particular spirit from it alone. A lot of them will behave similarly. That's different. Similarly. Why does that sound wrong? Will behave the same even if they aren't the same. Wow, I can't believe I just butchered the words similarly. Why does that sound like it's too many syllables? Similarly is definitely different. Similarly. Am I okay? Anyway. Next, before I get sucked into that. The best means of getting into the right headspace. Wow, headspace wasn't even in the question. It was mindset, and I switched the word for headspace. The best means of getting into the right mindset for hedge crossing. Quite new, and using a combo of alpha and theta. I can't say that word. Biurnal beats and mugwort, making ground but want something faster. I'll be honest with you, there is no faster. Fast in witchcraft does not exist. It is slow, steady, consistent progress. So faster, no. Different, yes. So meditations massively help. In between phases also really help. If you can get yourself into a trance-like state, that's also really useful. If you want fast, you are in the wrong area of life. Because not much is fast. Like, if you want, what is that thing that people say? If you want something fast and good, it won't be cheap. But if you know, like you have to make compromises. If you want something to be good, it is going to take time. Especially if you want to be able to consistently drop into it again and again and again. How do I go about having my birth chart done? So you can do them yourself online if you know your time of birth. That is really important. If you do not know this, you can go to an astrologer. Yes. I always get stuck between astronomer and astrologer, but I did pick the right one, astrologer, and they will map out your birth chart. Some people, the really old school ones, will do it by hand, which is really impressive. And then they will be able to adjust your chart accordingly so they can figure out the time of your birth from your life experiences. I am very fortunate in that I know my time of birth, so I can do it online, but astrologers are incredible, especially if they are doing it like the old-fashioned way, which is a lot. They can adjust so much to figure out the right timing for everything. Do spell oils lose power over time? And if so, how can I go about linking them to the moon so they get recharged every cycle? I mean, the easy way of doing it is to just put them on a windowsill. That's far easier than going through the process of linking them. Just put them out every moon. But really, unless the moon cycle relates to the energy of the oil, then I don't think there's much point in doing it. Just recharge it with your own energy and your intention. They do lose power over time, but it is a very gradual thing. It's a little bit like best before dates. Like, yes, that oil should really be used in 6 months, but are you still going to be able to use it in a year? Probably. It's not going to be as potent, but it's still going to be useful and you can recharge it as time goes on. I've got It's a Small World back in my head. I don't understand where that has come from. Still, that makes no sense to me. Wait, you don't have Parma violets in Canada? Or you might not. Parma violets are amazing. If you like flowers, if you like eating flowers, Parma violets are great. If you don't like eating flowers, then Parma violets might not be great. Oh dear, it's definitely getting to that point in the night, I think. So, let's see if I can figure out where I was. Do you think it's possible to communicate with people from the past, example, watching a video from the past, in such a way as communicating with spirits or the deceased? I'm a little confused by the question. Do you think it's possible to communicate with people from the past? So not like people who are dead, past. For example, watching a video from the past. I'm so confused. I think I'm going to need more context on this one because my brain is not braining right now. And I cannot figure this out. I feel a bit daft. I'm completely baffled. Right. Let's see. Do you think that Ouija boards or Ouija boards are a useful tool? Do you have any reading suggestions on the issue? I don't have any reading suggestions, mostly because people are people. And as soon as you say the word Ouija board to a group of people in the community, you will hear audible gasps. And it's something. I think that they can be an incredibly useful tool. And I think that people dismiss them because it was a board game. It's like, no, the brand was a board game. Like, spirit boards have been used for a long time. And people dismiss them because of the media and movies and horror movies and all of that kind of stuff. But they are an incredibly useful tool for communing with spirits that you know, spirits that you don't know, and they allow everyone collectively to be working together towards the same goal, but you can do it by yourself if you wanted to. Just make sure that you're being careful. Same with all other forms of divination. When it comes to reading material, you will typically struggle to find anything that isn't... I don't know how to even describe it. Like, a lot of the books on the subject are Ouija board, bad, demons, possess, death. Like, that tends to be where they go, and a lot of the resources that you can even find online are the same. They are very much... Hear all of these horror stories of people who've had terrible things happen to them because of this. It's really hard to find anything that is unbiased on the subject, and so I think that if you were to look instead into spirit boards or talking boards, you might have better luck, because the name Ouija is kind of becomes synonymous with fictional movies, and that's a real shame. Like, I know that it's just a brand, like it's just a shame that it's become so ingrained in a genre that people steer clear of it. I think that's kind of sad. Okay. Have you ever... Oh, it just jumped as I was reading it. That's not great. Oh, no. I think I was here somewhere. Have you ever done a bowl or other similar container type spell? Yeah, loads. Especially jars are a particular favourite, like jars and bottles. I'm here somewhere. Ooh, where though? I'm not sure. Ooh, okay. I keep attracting stuff from people around me in my life, mostly negative aspects. It could be a health issue or emotions. Is there any way to stop this? Yeah, you need to put a seal on your energy. And I don't mean like shut it off entirely. I mean that this sounds a lot like your energy is like... Some people are like this. Like their energy is just everywhere. And it is just out of control, and you might not even notice it, but you will probably notice it in the secondary effects of it, where if your energy is constantly pressed against someone else's, it's going to have an influence on you. And so you are going to start picking up things from them and bringing it into your energy field, and then it starts impacting your life. And the positive things you might not notice so much, but the negative things you definitely will. And so if your energy is more contained, more brought in, it's closer to you, it's a lot easier to limit this kind of thing happening. It's not necessarily like sealing up your energy, it's about having control over that energy. You can put energy shields up all the time, but you'd have to do it constantly. If your energy is simply out of whack and it's a little too far out, further out than it should be, by kind of learning to control that, it becomes just a subconscious thing that you can do, and then you don't have to think about putting shields up all the time. So you can have shields as like a temporary addition, but if your energy is still always too far out, too touchy-feely is the wrong word, but if it's interacting with other people's energy too much, as soon as that energy drops, it's like the energy shield drops, or even if you're in your own space and maybe you aren't holding it all the time, it's still going to be kind of an issue. So you can definitely do both. You can have an energy shield up, but if it is the fact that your energy is pushing out too far and interacting too much with other people, then that's something that you should probably try and kind of draw in a little bit, simply so that you can train yourself to do it, because it's a little bit like a muscle. Once you've got the hang of doing it, you'll find that you just automatically and intrinsically do it anyway. Because I mean, especially empaths will often find this, is that you're constantly getting bombarded by other people's energy, and it can be so much effort to maintain shields all of the time, just because it's something you have to... I mean, yes, you end up kind of passively doing it after a while, but eventually, especially if you're really tired, like it drops and then you're just bombarded again and it's exhausting. Right, where was I? I need to figure out where I was, and I don't know. I don't know where I was. I can go off this one though. This one I haven't seen before. As for, do you have any suggestions on easy ways to observe a Sabbat? I have so many videos on it. I would recommend going to a video that relates to the Sabbat that you're wanting to work with. So I have videos on each Sabbat and kind of the history and different ways that you can practice and do things for it. And then I also have videos about specifically what I've done on each individual Sabbat. So those videos are all on my channel, and it very much varies Sabbat to Sabbat based on the kind of energy you want to work with. see where I was. I am lost again. It's because it's getting late. I'm losing track of where I am. Have you ever had any interaction or experiences with thelemic magic? Thoughts? ? Oh, you're full of questions. Well, you're full of good, really good, thought-provoking questions, which is hard for me to answer. I haven't had many experiences with it myself, mostly because it's not something I've ever really looked into. I have had experiences with people who have been practitioners of it and trained in it, and they're intense. They're intense. I think, though, more than anything, that's the what is the word I'm after? The generational difference. When I've attended a lot of the shows, I find that a lot of the people who follow very kind of set, whether it's like Alexandrian, whether it's I always say it wrong. Gardnerian, is that it? Gardnerian. That doesn't sound right, but in my head it looks right. I'm not sure. And then people who follow the thelemic path as well, very, very set in their ways, very old-fashioned way of expressing it and learning and sharing it. And I think that's the thing that always sticks out to me the most, is that kind of approach to it. So I really need to do more research on it, because I'd love to see if it is that way in general, or if it's just the individuals that I have spoken to in regard to it, because I do find that people of a certain age within the community have a way about them. It's not always the friendliest sometimes. It can be quite brisk. And that kind of scares me. So yeah, I need to do more research on it, most definitely, and go from there. Because it's something I've always been very interested in. I just don't know that much about it. Let's have a look. I am super lost. Have you read any new books on dragon magic? I haven't, no. I've been so far behind on reading witchy occult books, bearing in mind here that I'm pretty certain that oh, that's not what I mean, Hedgewitch. I don't want to get rid of the elders. I'm just slightly scared of them. They're very intense. I bearing in mind that last time I did a live stream, I'm pretty certain that I said I'd started Wished Waters by Gemma Gary. I've not read a single page since. Like, not at all. So I need to get back into it again. I've just been trying to like distract my brain with fiction. That has been the motto of the last few months. Just distract my brain with fiction. And so now I need to kind of get back into reading some non-fiction again and try and focus in on it. Right. I am kind of lost. I feel like the two mottos of today are "it's not that simple" and "I'm lost." Because that seems to be how it's going today. Hi, as a newbie, how can I check if a legit witchcraft author writes about risky spirit practices, spells, or even oil recipes? I mean, this is the same point again of there is no such thing as safe. There is safer. There is cautious, there is aware, there is not safe. And so really you can't, because every single person's version of safe, suitable, friendly is going to be very, very different. And that is just the way it is when it comes to everything in life. We are always taking risks, and there is no way of bubble wrapping witchcraft in a way that doesn't lose the integrity of it. If you take out all of the pointy, thorny, bitter bits of witchcraft, you have lost the core aspect of it, and that is that fundamentally it was a practice that was carried out under many different names when you needed assistance. And that assistance wasn't always friendly, it wasn't always nice, it didn't always involve nice spirits, it involved things that worked. And so there's not really any way of doing it. I mean, you can look at kind of more mainstream Wicca books, but bear in mind that's going to be Wicca and not solely witchcraft. They'll usually include less spirit work, less risky spells, but that is it's not that those books are bad, it's just that you're kind of rounding off all the edges and smoothing out all, you're covering up all the bits about witchcraft that aren't palatable. That doesn't mean that they aren't there. So I think it's a case of, with all things, is when you are reading a book, to take what resonates, leave what doesn't, but make yourself aware that it exists. It's like that thing of, you don't have to cast curses, but it's really useful to learn about it, to know it exists, to understand how and why people might carry it out, so that you're aware even if you don't choose to practice it. It's useful for rounding out that practice. And so that is probably the best advice that I can give in that regard. There's no way of kind of sugarcoating it without losing the integrity of it. I will just remind everyone that the chat is chronological, and please don't double or quadruple questions because I'm still working my way down. It just clogs up the chat and gives it more risk of skipping, and then I might end up losing some of the questions that I've got. I don't know where I am again. Just staring gormlessly at the screen because I've got no idea where I am. Oh no. I'm lost. How have I gotten this lost? Okay, I suspect that this is not going to be as intense as it actually is. Yeah. Hi Hearth, can you help my partner? He's in big trouble. He broke a branch off an oak tree to make a wand. It's cursed. I doubt that. I'm not undermining your stance on this. I'm just verbalizing what's in my head. Some really bad stuff happens when he touches it. Advice, please. I have questions. I have many questions. And you don't have to answer them on here, but I'm going to verbalize them anyway. Was permission asked? Was connection made to the tree? Were any offerings given? Was anything given in return in any way, shape or form? Were the spirits residing in and around the tree asked? Was any response given? Because more likely than not, there is no curse involved here. You just pissed off a tree spirit because you just ripped off its arm. That's the bluntest way I can put it. Is I think you'd be pretty pissed too if someone walked up to you, ripped off a finger, and then like demanded your help with things. And I think you'd be pretty pissed. So if anything, it's a case of, if that is the case, that like if nothing was requested first, like if no response was given, like no permission was granted, an apology is like first and foremost. Communication is really important, even with spirit. So an apology, an offering, something heartfelt, I think is really important, because it's very, very unlikely that there's any kind of curse going on here. Every part of that tree, or every part of every plant, is still intrinsically linked to the plant that it came from. It's kind of like a tag lock. You can cut a piece of your hair off, but it's still an intrinsic part of you. It's not attached to you anymore, but it is still you. And so when we're working with trees and plants, it's important to remember that if something is separated from that plant, it is still part of them. They are still aware of it. They still know what's happening to it. And so that's why requesting permission, really, really important. So I just check if that's been done first. If there is nothing in that field that seems to make sense, like if requests were made, if an answer was given, if it was a positive answer, then it's a case of cleansing, seeing if there is anything there, any readings on it that could be useful. More likely than not, though, it will be the fact that either the tree has not given permission, or perhaps it is going to be used is maybe the wrong wording, but it is being used for purposes that the tree doesn't want to be a part of, and so it's actively pushing back against its use. Perhaps it simply doesn't want to be used in that way. There's something going on that it isn't resonating with, and so it's actively trying to push back, and that's what's kind of manifesting. I'm sorry that was kind of brisk. I've turned into one of the people in the community that scares me. I don't mean it to come across as brisk. It's just because it's getting kind of late and the filter is slowly fading. But more often than not, it's usually because the tree's like, ow, thanks for asking. Like, it's usually that kind of I'm not going to help you because you hurt me and you didn't actually ask first. Because trees can be sassy too. Do you have any advice to read tarot cards for yourself? I find it easier to read for others, but I struggle to interpret for myself. I read for myself more than anything else, and it helps that I have guides as well that will tell me which aspects of it I need to be focusing on and which I don't. The biggest piece of advice I can give for reading for yourself is don't sugarcoat the answer. If you get a card and you don't like the look of the card, don't draw another one. You know, is this situation going to pan out in my favor? No. Are you sure though? I'm positive. Are you absolutely sure though? I'm positive. Are you absolutely, you know what I mean? It's like constantly wanting to validate your own hopes. Instead, it's important, and it's really difficult to separate yourself from that reading. Read as though you were reading for someone else. Because if you were reading for someone else, you wouldn't be searching for the answer that they want. You're going to say what the cards are trying to say. And it's the hardest bit for reading for yourself, is being able to take a step back and go, okay, I need to stop searching in this for what I want. I just need to take the cards at face value. And that is really hard. And sometimes it will like do things that will force you to do it. So like I did a reading a few days ago, and I was like, okay, but what about this? And it gave me the same cards again. And I was like, okay, but what about this? And then it gave me the same cards again. And at that point, I'm like, okay, if you're managing to dish out the same cards again and again and again in the exact same order, and like I've shuffled these for like 25 minutes, I'm going to assume I need to just take it at face value. If your card is anything like mine, if your deck is anything like mine, it'll simply throw a card with the same meaning at you. Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, if it's not the same card, it'll be like the same card adjacent, or it'll be a reversed card that is the exact same meaning as the card that you just had. Like, it will do that. I mean, I've had some readings where it's like, no, take the hint, no. I'm like, okay, fine, I will accept it, okay. And it's the tricky part of reading for yourself. It's why a lot of people will get readings done by other people, because then they can separate themselves from the reading. Thank you so much. Very happy Mondays as well. Thank you so much. I didn't see it when it came in, but I've spotted it now. Okay. where am I? I am... I feel like this is part of another question. I don't know. I need to figure out where I was, because I'm lost again. The end of the chat, I always get so lost. Can you work with sirens or mermaid spirits? You can, yes. They can be rather tricky though, so just bear that in mind. Working on a spell to help my mum sell her house. Any ideas for herbs that I should add to help draw... It jumped. Where was I? Attention to the listing. So, in this regard, I'd almost say... brightly coloured things. I know that sounds very magpie-ish, but I mean there's so many books out there. I'm still going chronologically, by the way, so if I haven't answered your question, please don't keep putting it because I haven't even reached it yet. Thank you. Because I'm still working my way through them. You can go through loads of books on the subject, and there's loads of correspondence lists that you can work with, so you can figure out something from those, but just gut feeling. If you want something to be attractive and to be drawing attention, you want beautiful smells, you want bright colours, you want vibrant things, and those are all great things to add in alongside other items that maybe have more of an energetic association with them. Oh, I'm glad it helped. Sorry, I'm seeing questions pop up at the same time. Where was I even going with this? What was I saying? Brain mush. What was the question? Listing. Yes, alongside other herbs and plants that are maybe more associated with like abundance, prosperity, attraction, all these kind of things. Add in some like really strongly smelling things and brightly coloured things, and that's like an extra layer onto that energy. Yes, he had pissed off the spirit. Thanks so much. I did tell him what he did wrong. Yeah, apologies are a big thing. It just needs to be heartfelt. It needs to be just a genuine apology and kind of an honesty of I will do better. With that in mind, would I be able to use one of your branches? And it's one of those where it's not an ideal scenario. Ideally, you would ask first, but if the apology is heartfelt and you are willing to work on it and progress, it may well still be accepted. Just bear in mind that it might not be. Okay, where was I? I'm here somewhere. The lighting and colour looks very different. Yeah, my live streams are always a funny colour. I don't know why. I've tried changing things, editing things. My hair looks almost orange in this live stream, and it is not orange. So live streams never look true to colour, is what I've realised. Like my normal videos are more true to life colour-wise than any of my live streams are, and I don't know why. It's just very weird. Right. So some questions I have already answered earlier on. What have we got here? I had orbs in my old apartment. I saw them on screen every time I used to FaceTime with my family. What kind of spirits could they have been? Really, it could have been anything. Anything that doesn't have the ability... Whoa. That's in all capitals. Chill. we can chill here. This is a late night chat. We don't need all capitals. Generally speaking, any entity, any spirit that doesn't have enough energy to fully manifest can manifest in an orb. And so really it could be any spirit that is passing through, that is residing there. It could have been anything, because if they don't have the ability to fully manifest, they will often find ways of doing that. And if orbs were the way that would get your attention, then they're more likely to do that. So then you'd find more and more spirits are essentially attracted into that space to get that attention that they're after, and so you end up with just a bunch of orbs in that space. So it could be anything, which is not particularly useful, I know, but it's just the downside of something that takes less energy to manifest is something that is just seen more often in more different individuals. In meditations, do you find yourself in a specific space or landscape you can then explore? Feels like I'm actually in the place while still being in my home. Yeah, so visualization. Yeah, I do get that. There's specific places where I will go repeatedly, whether they are inner temples, whether they are specific external places that I will visit, but that is definitely something that I do. Not all the time, especially not when I'm doing like outside walking meditations, but if I'm inside, I will often find that I end up somewhere else, usually somewhere that I recognize. Not necessarily recognize like I've been there, but more like I've been there multiple times before in previous meditations. Right. I'm here somewhere. Is charging wands, staffs, crystals, etc. during the eclipse good, bad, or a waste of time? Do you need the energy? I think is the big thing. If you need or you want to work with that eclipse energy at a later point, then it can be incredibly useful, especially if you want to stir everything up. You literally want to stir the energetic pot, then it could be really, really useful. If you don't have any like direct use for it, then I would say that you don't necessarily need to. And if you don't want that kind of additional chaotic energy, then it might actually hinder more than help. It entirely depends on circumstances, basically. So thank you so much to Manny. I know I just answered your question, but I just saw it come up on my screen. And thank you so much to Bridge Unknown. Your support really means a lot. I'm here somewhere. Where am I? I don't know where I am. I'm lost again. It jumped. No. So I need to start liking these if I can. I don't know where I am. Oh no. Oh, I'm sure I've answered that one. I'm sure I've answered that one. Where am I? I've gone too far up. I didn't think that was even a possibility. Aha, here we go. Figured it out somewhere, I think, maybe? Oh no. Maybe I haven't figured it out. I'm lost again. And I just opened my editing software. I'm not doing very well with this tonight. I close that. Right. Thank you for doing a video on scrying mirrors. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope it was even remotely useful. I am here. Am I here? No, I'm not. I'm here. In your opinion, should you have more than one book of spells? I mean, are you going to fill the book? Because if you're not going to fill the book, then you may as well fill the book first. But I can't judge. I have about 15 books of shadows. And I add more to it every single year, and I really shouldn't. I don't think you necessarily need more than one. I mean, you can have more than one. There's nothing wrong with it. But in my experience, I have found that having a tool and using a tool are two very, very different things. If you have 5 books of shadows and you are not using any of them, then there is no point in having even one of them. So if you're going to have, if we're talking like books of shadows here, rather than like a spell book that someone else has written, if you're talking books of shadows, if you're going to have one, use it. If you're not going to use it, don't bother with it. And you definitely don't need 15 if you're not going to use them. If we're talking spell books, like pre-made spell books, then I think it's more important to learn how spells are being made and why things are being put together. It comes back to the whole why again, rather than always using spells out of books. So if you're looking at a good luck spell and you're seeing it's using catnip, well, why is it using catnip? Why is the colour green used so much? Why are shamrocks associated with it? Figure out the whys, and then you can add them into your own working so that you then don't need to rely on spell books anymore. So the answer really depends on which version of a spell book we're talking about, whether we're talking like a spell book or a book of spells as in like something that you've made yourself. Right. I'm here. Oh, thank you so much for coming online, Sons of Asgard. I know that you've probably gone ages ago, but I'm still going to say it now anyway. I can't wait till I get to go down again. I have not even worked through my book list from last time. I got so many books, and I have not had the time or the willpower to read them. And I want to go down again because I want to go to see the tour, and I want to see the White Spring, but I have to like rein it in because I can't get any more books and not read them. I need to be working through my to-be-read pile before I do anything else. Which book is your go-to for traditional witchcraft? It entirely depends on which aspect. So I've done a video literally like a few weeks ago on traditional witchcraft books, so I will get that up. So this is the video. I will link it in the chat. So that is the book video. And that is all of the books that are my favourites for kind of getting started in traditional witchcraft. I don't necessarily have one that I think is suitable and perfect for everyone. It's more that certain books are going to be better suited for certain people. So if you are more invested in the history aspect, then there are certain books that would be better for that. If you're interested in Cornish witchcraft, then there's books that are going to be suited for that. So that video goes into different categories of traditional witchcraft books and why certain ones might be better or more suitable for you if that's something that you want to get into. Because traditional witchcraft books are so variable because they're all based on individual practice and often regional traditions. And so there's just so much flexibility there. There's just so many good books. It's hard to just pick one. But the gap bridger for me, the thing that made it kind of click was A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan. That one was the one that was oh, I've experienced so much of this and I had no idea what it meant and now I understand. That was the book that was an oh wow moment, and so that's always going to be one of my favourites. Right, I am somewhere here. Any Fae folk sightings lately? Apologies if you've already talked about this. I've had a lot of strange encounters. Is maybe it's not I don't know if it's Fae is the correct answer to that. I don't know if it's Fae. It's something strange. Lots of flitting, small movements. Actually, we talked about it a lot today inadvertently. Is this like not orbs per se, but like small flitting spirits that are appearing around my feet, and it's like they're not like the soot sprites from when I was a kid. They're different. So I've got no idea what that is right now. That's definitely a new addition. I need to add it into my like little book to note everything down and see what I can figure out about it. But that is one that I found interesting. A few days I could have just kind of let it go, but it's been like a few weeks now and it's still happening. So they're definitely around to stay. I'm not sure what they are yet. I will get there eventually, maybe. Right. Where am I think I'm really close to the bottom now. I am! Wow. Okay, that's amazing. Can you help me explain something to a child? I made a necklace with a hagstone for protection, but I also don't want them to think that they are totally unprotected if they don't wear it. Now, I'm probably not the best person to ask about this. I don't have kids. I'm not a kid person. Even when I was a kid, I didn't like kids. So it's not that I don't like kids, it's just I don't know how to communicate with them. They don't use social structure I like social structure, is what I've established. So I'd say it's more about what it can offer them rather than what it is protecting against. More of a it's really hard because I'm not used to talking to children and interacting with them, but I do always remember that I would get very nervous if someone was explaining like bad things to me. But if someone reworded the same thing in a slightly different way, then it wouldn't seem so bad. Like if you completely switch up the tone of it. So rather than if you don't wear this, you are unprotected, more of and when you've got this on, you'll have a bubble around you that helps keep you all the good things in. You know, like things like that, where it's less like if you don't wear this, something bad will happen, and it's more of this can help improve how you feel, kind of a thing. I'm the wrong person to ask about this, but that's what I was like when I was a kid. If you could tell me something bad, but if you spun it for it to be something that benefited me, like it's a special necklace. It's a special necklace, and if you wear it, good things will happen. It's not scary then. It's not intimidating. What is social structure? I mean, when I say social structure, I mean like when you talk to adults, typically they follow patterns that you can track. So like small talk is all the same thing. Small talk is telling them something they already know and they'll respond to you. Oh, the weather's bit wet, isn't it? Oh yeah, the weather is a bit wet. Have you heard about that storm? It follows the same pattern, right? Small talk is the same thing. So you tell someone something that they already know and they'll talk to you about it briefly, and then you can bugger off and go home again. You know, if you meet someone for the first time, it follows the same pattern. Hi, how are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good too. So what do you do for work? I do this for work. Social structure, right? Everything follows patterns. Patterns are trackable. Anything trackable is easy to manage. Kids are unhinged. They'll walk up to you and they'll like point at you and be like, I mean, I even had it the other day. I have big boots, like big platform boots. Just point at me and just go, boots. What? How am I meant to respond to that? I didn't. I just kept walking because I didn't know what to say. Or like they'll be like, well, mummy told me that you like this, and it's like, what are you talking about, small child? I don't know what you're talking about. You have skipped all of the social rules that I know about, and skipped straight into randomness. I like social structure. I can track things better if I know what's coming next. Yeah. Yeah, so kids don't have social structure. I mean, some do, obviously, but like a lot of kids will just like come out with stuff. They'll just walk up to you and just be like, that cloud looks like a pig. I'm like, hi, small child. Who are you? Are you okay? Are you lost? What? Why are you talking about pigs in clouds? I don't know. Kids, I've never been particularly good at dealing with them. Someone hands me a baby, I'm like, you have it, thank you. I will go back to petting the dog in the corner. Right, where was I? I'm somewhere here. Would I be able to use dandelion tea to call my spirit guides to my dreams? I mean, I don't know. The honest answer is I don't know, because I'm not a herbalist, but you don't necessarily need to be using anything to do that. They will just come to you if you request them to. It's just a case of being able to remember your dreams and being able to recall what is being said. If you have protections on yourself, you're not going to get anything that is not in your energy sphere already. So your guides and your ancestors and everything else like that is able to come through because they're already in your energy sphere. Whereas other external forces would be blocked from that. So if you have protections on, it's more a case of asking and recalling after the fact. I would never. I'll be honest, the boots are the thing that I get comments on the most. And so I am completely used to people doing it to me. It's like if they don't know what else to say to me, they'll comment on the boots every time. I literally walked past the same guy twice the other day. I walked past him one way, and then when I came back, I walked past him again, and he said the same thing every time. First time he went, cool boots. Oh no, I think he went, sick boots. I was like, thank you. And then on the way back, he just pointed at me and went, boots. I'm like, okay. Hi, I have no idea who you are, but hi. So I'm used to it. So the kid was left alone. I just had headphones in, so I just kind of kept walking. I was like, I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna pretend like I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, small child. He wasn't. I know that much. He was not. It's just they are like 5-inch platform boots with springs in them. Like people notice the boots. It's kind of unavoidable. But yeah, kids have no filter. Like they will say the craziest things. And yeah. Your little shades may be imps, hopefully positive ones. Who knows? Honestly, it would not surprise me. There has been a lot of kind of energetic change and shifting, and I think that's kind of drawing them in. I suspect that's what's happening anyway. There's lots of kind of energy around, and that's very attractive to a lot of spirits, and so I suspect that's probably what's been happening. So with that being said, we are coming to the end of the stream. If you have any last remaining questions, feel free to post them in the chat. And then I'm gonna have a massive drink of water, and I am going to have some food because it is 20 to 12. I really should have started this earlier. I just didn't. I just didn't. Ways to cleanse energy in a new apartment. So I have 2 videos that might be really useful for this, that I've done specifically on this subject. Let's see if I can find them. Oh wow, some of these videos are old. I need to redo some of these because they're like, wow, this video I posted in 2018. Wow. I'm kind of cringed out by it. I'm going to be... Oh, I can see what I look like in it. That is so cringy. I actually, kind of side tangent, on my Patreon, last month I did a video where I reacted to one of, if not my earliest video on YouTube on this channel. Oh, it was so cringy. Oh, it was... I have bright orange hair, and it does not suit me one little tiny bit. Oh, it was so embarrassing. Anyway, those videos that I was after, let's see if I can find it. So these are the 2 videos. So one is with smoke, one is without smoke, so that depending on circumstances, people could choose what they wanted. So that is... Ah, crap, I can't remember which one I just did. I don't remember which one I just did. Are these 2 different? Yeah, so one is with smoke and one is without smoke, so that people could decide what they wanted to do, what they felt comfortable using, you know, asthma and all that kind of stuff. So those are the 2 videos on the subject that should go over like a variety of different ways to go about it. Why is that not doing anything? So, of course, I show up when the party's over. I'm sorry, we've been live for like 4 hours, 40 minutes. Luckily, though, these are posted after the fact, so you can still watch it. I'm still live. Yep. Still live. I always expect to be there, honestly. It's kind of the default is that it's going to be about 4 or 5 hours. How can I deal with a difficult person in my family when the mundane fails? I've done anger, binding spells, peace spells, etc. Banishings and freezer spells are kind of the last two left. Start with a freezer spell. If that doesn't work, move on to banishing workings. The Poe Tarot. I actually have no experience with the Poe Tarot. I have very limited tarot experience in terms of like different decks. I tend to stick with the same ones, and that isn't one that I've ever looked into. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Do you have any advice or thoughts on getting protections tattooed on? Would the tattooists themselves need to understand the meaning of the sigils or runes for them to have effect? You're never going to be able to put enough energy in at creation to have a protection tattoo last forever, energized. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. If anything, it's about the fundamental properties of that particular symbol, whether that is a rune, a sigil, whatever it might be, because the fundamental properties are incredibly powerful, and then you can then charge it additionally while you've got it. Because the reality is that it's never, you'd have to put so much energy in at the start. I don't think it would even be possible for it to last a lifetime without it running out. So I'd say it doesn't matter too much. I mean, if you can go to someone who understands, even better. But if you can't, it doesn't matter too much. You're just going to have to kind of charge it as well. Where am I? I'm here, I think. Can you use not magic to block general bad luck, or just on a specific person or yourself? I wouldn't use it. Personally, I wouldn't use it for blocking bad luck. Because generally speaking, not magic, if we're talking like knotting cord, is usually used to keep things in. So whether that is to contain something, to then release it later, or to bring something into your life and hold it in your life, I personally wouldn't use not magic to, that style of not magic at least, to block something, because it's essentially trapping it, it's keeping it contained. So it's going to very much vary on how you choose to use it. I would say instead you're better going for protection workings, workings that are going to repel things away from you. And maybe you can use not magic to lock in good luck, so to trap good luck in those knots instead, and then you can carry that around, so you're kind of balancing it out whilst also protecting yourself. I liked your orange hair. I'm glad you did. That was a post-breakup choice. My hair was green before I went orange, and the green was far nicer. So yeah, that was bad choice on my part. I shouldn't have done the orange. But yeah, thank you so much to everyone who has been here tonight. It's been a long stream tonight. I hope that you've enjoyed yourself. I hope that I've answered some questions. I'm sorry if some of them were a little bit blunt. It's one of those where as it gets late, the filter starts to fade, and I don't intend for any of it to be rude. Usually it's because I'm struggling to kind of take everything that's out of here and put it out here in a way that makes sense. And that's kind of tricky, so I hope that you did enjoy it. I am hoping to get back to videos next Wednesday. Not that I know what I'm going to film and post yet. I actually have no idea. So we'll see what ends up coming out of the creativity bank for next week. But there will be a video next, either Wednesday or Thursday, something like that. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all of your support, whether it's just liking the video, commenting on it, donating. It really means a lot to me. And thank you to all of the mods who come out with their free time and spend their evenings. I mean, poor Phil has been awake for like 20 hours today. They just spend so much time caring about this community, and honestly, they are like the foundation of being able to do these streams. So thank you so much to those. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day. This stream will be posted afterwards if you do want to check it out, and I will see you in next week's video. Okay, and outro.